Colleagues, it's 1 p.m., so I'm going to call the 15th meeting of the Strategic Priorities and Policy Committee to order. If we can just have some order, please. I want to start by acknowledging that the City of London is located on the traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, the Haudenosaunee, Lenape-Pewak, and Attawandaron peoples, and we honor and respect the history, languages, and culture of the diverse Indigenous people who call this territory home. As representatives of the people of the City of London, we are grateful to have the opportunity to work and live in this territory. I also want to acknowledge that the City of London is committed to making every effort to provide alternate formats and communication supports for meetings upon request. And to make a request specific to this meeting, please contact sppc@london.ca or phone 519-661-2489, extension 2425. And I'm going to look for any disclosures of pecuniary interest. Seeing none, and I see none online, I will let colleagues know that Councillors Van Meerberg and Trussow are with us remotely currently. And at the moment, we do not have Councillor Hillier with us. So moving on, item 2 on our agenda is the consent agenda. There are 2 items, the 8th report of the Diversity, Inclusion, and Anti-Oppression Committee and the 13th report of the Governance Working Group, looking to see if there is a mover and seconder for the consent items, moved by Councillor Cuddy and seconded by Councillor Rahman, and we'll open the floor to any discussion. Seeing none, I will ask the clerk to open the vote on the consent agenda.
Russo votes yes.
Lehman votes yes.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-0.
Thank you, colleagues. Moving on, item 3 on our agenda is our scheduled items. We have a number of delegations appearing before us today. So we are going to start with item 3.1. This is the delegation from Mr. Lakocha, the President and CEO of London Economic Development Corporation. Welcome. And as you're getting your presentation loaded there, I will just remind you, as I did before the meeting, but for the public record, that you have 5 minutes. So when you're ready, go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, and I'm delighted to share some highlights of LEDC's work this year. As you know, LEDC contributes to the growth of our economy through new investment attraction, retention and growth of local companies, workforce development, and business engagement. These functions are guided by detailed strategies, such as providing access to space, capital, training, talent, and measured by key performance indicators. Our work focuses on developing industry clusters that generate the highest economic activity in the region. These clusters not only create direct jobs and investments, but also drive spin-off economic activity through supply chains, construction, retail, hospitality, and more. So far this year, LEDC has facilitated close to $228 million in new expansions and attractions, and companies making these investments have reported over 800 jobs being added to the local economy. These are direct jobs only, as reported by the companies. Hundreds of indirect jobs are also created throughout the economy and region through the multiplier effect. Companies we have attracted over the years continue to increase their employment and contributions to the local economy. Our investment attraction portfolio seeks to attract new investments, while Accelerate portfolio helps established companies scale up and grow. We do this by connecting companies to infrastructure, funding sources, regulatory and permitting processes, R&D, and assistance with talent recruitment. We also keep a pulse on companies that may be at risk due to trade issues, lost contracts, or changes in their industry. Our pipeline of active attraction and expansion files was healthy as companies continued to invest in industrial lands, automation, upskilling, and diversification. This year, we saw significant activity with electric vehicle suppliers related to PowerCo and Stellantis, as well as with automation, advanced manufacturing, and food companies. These are some of the examples of companies that are new to London or growing significantly throughout 2024. We're fortunate to have worked with global giants as well as scaling SMEs from various different parts of the world. New investments and jobs in food processing, life sciences, and advanced manufacturing have helped further diversify our region's economy and helped us withstand the economic slowdown and rising interest rates. Access to talent continues to be a major constraint as our region is projecting a need for over 40,000 workers over the next 7 years in 20 key occupations alone. We continue to assist employers with their hiring needs and connect talent to growing companies through major job fairs, newcomer attraction, and post-secondary partnerships. In our pursuit of constant improvement, we worked with local companies Bamboo Innovations and Nighthunter.com on job portals automation and advanced AI modeling using machine learning algorithms to scan for new job postings, add them to the LEDC job board every 24 hours, and market them in Toronto and other external markets. In order to raise London's profile for both investment and talent attraction, we ran major marketing campaigns such as Don't Tell Toronto and Choose London, which has resulted in thousands of new inquiries over the last few months. We've also collaborated with local partners on initiatives such as Forest City Landing Pad, The Grove, Founders Network, Foodpreneur, and more. We also held several large industry-specific conferences and events that help foster stronger economic clusters and raise London's profile as a business powerhouse. And while we've seen great success in manufacturing, food processing, and other sectors, it is also important to keep diversifying our economy, which is why Film London was created to build a strong foundation for developing the creative industries cluster. We've been able to attract some high-profile projects, putting London on the map for film, television, and digital media production. And with that, thank you very much, and the same time next year, I'll be back.
Thank you, Mr. Lakocha. And thank you for sticking to your word and being under 4 minutes, as you told me you were going to be, so that's fantastic. I'm going to look now to see if there is a motion to receive, and then once we have that on the floor, we can go to any questions or comments. So moved by Councillor Cuddy and seconded by Councillor McAllister. Now we'll open the floor to a speaker's list for any questions for Mr. Lakocha and the LEDC. Councillor Pribble.
Thank you, sir, the chair. Thank you for the presentation. I have a few questions regarding the slides. First one, year-to-date matrix. Since inception, new investments were this year $3.5 billion. Last year, they were $3 billion. And when we look at currently, it's addition of $228 million. So I was just wondering, what's the difference between the 3.5, and 228?
Thank you. Through the chair. So in addition to corporate investments that are being reported on the earlier slide, we also show leadership in helping attract government investments in the form of grants and subsidies and incentives to companies to help them grow, as well as to other institutional partners such as Fanshawe, Western Fair with the Grove initiatives and others to help create economic conditions. So the balance of that is through a combination of grants, incentives, as well as other contributions from various levels of government.
Thank you. Follow-up, growth from 145 to 228. Kudos to you and your team. In 22, expansion and traction, 280 million, creating 1,400 jobs. 24, 228 million, 800 jobs. Last year, 145, 1,600 jobs. So we are going kind of the opposite way. And I know our strategy, we are selling with creating the jobs. Any more reasoning behind it?
Mr. Lakocha.
Thank you. Through the chair, it's a fair question and a couple of clarification points. First of all, these figures may evolve by the end of the year because they are as of year to date right now. So we have several projects that are in the pipeline, and as they continue to move forward and come to fruition, those data points might change. Having said that, there's also no real correlation between dollars invested and jobs created. These are figures that are directly reported by the companies themselves, and based on their level of automation, technology, and nature of the business, dollars invested in jobs can fluctuate. Over the last year, with geopolitical conditions, rising interest rates, we have seen an overall decline in investment climate from overseas markets. That's not unique to London. We have a lot of inquiries, but they're in various stages of development and haven't all landed just yet. We do track that level of activity throughout the province as well, and we know most of our peers in that group haven't seen that level of activity either.
Councillor Purple.
Thank you. Invest attraction and FDI proposals have been on decline. Any reasoning behind it?
Mr. Okocha.
Thank you. Through the chair. So these also fluctuate based on investment activity that is being seen in Ontario and Canada. To my earlier point, global business conditions, rising interest rates, and geopolitical environments are some of the external factors that are sort of beyond our control and help impact the pipeline of FDI inquiries. We take our lead from Invest Ontario, Invest Canada in terms of the markets they are developing and the inquiries that are being funneled through to municipalities. And overall, there is a decline in that segment as well. So to offset that decline, there's a higher level of activity in local retention and growth portfolios, entrepreneurship development, and other business development streams.
Councillor.
Thank you. Last two, employer and job seeker consultation, just over 3,500. What would be the ratio in terms of the employer and job seeker?
Councillor, I'm just going to ask for efficiency. If you have two questions, can you ask them together so that we can get a single answer?
The second one is different.
Okay. Mr. Okocha.
Through the chair, a vast majority of those consultations are with job seekers. I would say the number is so large because of job fairs and newcomer attraction campaigns that result in hundreds and hundreds of inquiries. To give you an example, we recently ran a job fair at White Oaks Mall called London and Area Works, which attracted well over 1,000 job seekers. Many of them require one-on-one follow-ups afterwards. So the vast majority of that 3,600 number is job seekers.
Councillor Purple.
Thank you. And last question. Does your organization have annual specific goals and specific targets? And if you do, are you on track to reach them, exceed them? Thank you.
Mr. Okocha.
Through the chair. Yes, and that is a multifaceted response. First of all, we have metrics that are provided through the city's strategic plan process as well. There's a growing our economy section that LEDC helps contribute metrics to. We are also required to report on various metrics as per the purchase agreement with the city. We also have internal metrics that we report to the board of LEDC, and the mayor and the city manager attend LEDC meetings and are aware of some of those goals through their participation. And finally, there are a number of different areas such as the industrial land development strategy, workforce strategy with the city that LEDC also helps contribute metrics and goals towards. In a nutshell, though, we are very much on track to achieve the goals on our level of activity and the initiatives that we plan to undertake this year. In terms of outcomes at the macro level, we have goals around the economic performance for our region as it relates to labor force development, unemployment rates, investment attraction, and we're very much on track to achieve those as well.
Thank you very much. No more questions.
Councillor Stevenson.
Okay, thank you. And through the chair, thank you for the presentation. I did have a couple of questions. Is the City of London the only funder for LEDC?
Mr. Okocha.
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, that is correct. Sorry, let me elaborate on that. The City of London is the vast majority of where our funding comes from. We receive some very small contributions from time to time from the federal government. For example, recently we attracted $200,000 to run an FDI campaign for electric vehicle supply chain called the EV Triangle. That's very specific to the PowerCo investment and limited to only 2 or 3 year term. Outside of that, it's all City of London, and we don't receive any provincial investment.
Councillor.
Thank you. And is it just the mayor that is council representation on the board? So is there just the one council voting member?
Mr. Okocha.
Through the chair, yes, that's correct. Only the mayor. and the city manager is invited to attend our meetings as an ex officio member.
Thank you. As you know, I'm always looking at the finances, and there's nothing to look at. I asked for financial statements for the last couple of years, and I was told that the purchase agreement doesn't allow us to see them. So the city receives them, but we don't get to see them. And I think I struggle with that when we're facing like large property tax increases and people are asking us to be responsible for the money that we are saying no to. So we approved a $2 to $2.5 million a year contract for the next 4 years. And I just wondered if there was maybe, I understand it's not part of the contract and you likely cannot speak for the board, but I wondered if there might be an opportunity to release financial statements, to have a know in terms of salaries. The public is looking at what's happening with LHSC and TVDSB. We have no idea what salaries are being paid, how many. Do you have any comment there or any suggestions that you can make to help me answer to the electorate?
Mr. Lakocha?
Through the chair, we submit annual audited financial statements to the city as required by our purchase of services agreement.
Thank you for that. I wonder, and I don't want to put staff on the spot, but I wonder if either Mr. Lakocha or Ms. Pollitt might want to speak as well to confidentiality requirements that may be involved in some of the work that you do with attracting new business and why, in fact, those would not be publicly released. I think that may be helpful to all members of council to understand.
Thank you, through the chair. And apologies in advance if I'm not answering the question directly. As per the purchase agreement, the responsibility on LEDC is to submit the annual audited financial statements. I'm not sure what it's received by the city. I'm not sure within the city what protocol is established.
And Ms. Pollitt, can you provide maybe just a brief bit of information for us on that?
Thank you, and through the chair, the purchase of service agreement does contain a confidentiality clause that prohibits the corporation from disclosing, because it's commercially sensitive material. It also provides that upon written request, LEDC shall provide information available. So I think that potentially council could request that the information be provided in closed session, but it could not disclose it publicly, given the confidentiality clause.
Thank you, Ms. Pollitt. Councillor Stevenson?
It's really difficult for the people that I speak with to understand why there would be such a cone of silence over the financial statements of an organization that we're funding at 100%, even just a high-level financial in terms of how much of it is going to wages, how much of it is going to rent, these other things. What are the salaries of the people who are there, even just at the high level that a charity is required to state, you know, how many between 100,000 and 119, how many here. I wish I'd known more of this when we approved the contracts last year, and it's not to question the work that you do, but I have a hard time understanding why we aren't like displaying it and showing the amazing things that we do with this $2 million. We get this report, which is great, but given the scrutiny and the shock that a lot of London residents are feeling in terms of what some of the boards are now facing, as a council here, I think it behooves me anyway to start asking more questions about the financials. I get told with the social service contracts that it's private as well between a charity and a municipal government. So when our solicitor says that the corporation is not allowed to release them, I'm assuming that means the City of London Corporation, correct, and not LEDC?
Ms. Pollitt?
Thank you, and through the chair, that's the wording of the agreement, that it is the Corporation of London cannot disclose it publicly.
Thank you. So I understand that we can't, but I guess I'm asking LEDC, Is there a willingness to even entertain that with your board to come back and say, we're willing to release them, we're willing to share how many at certain salaries, just to provide transparency to the City of London and to Londoners who, at a really tough time when they're having trouble paying their bills, do have a right, I think, to know, especially in the climate that we're in right now, where LHSC and TVDSB are under scrutiny, for us not to apply the same scrutiny here. I get to justify this to the people in Ward 4 and the people across the city who reach out to me, asking me to do the best that I can to relieve the pressure on the property tax rate. And we have budget committees, and we're looking for nickels. And we've got $2.5 million a year here that we don't even have a high level, not even the most high level financial statements for. So I'll leave, I don't know if I can get an answer from LEDC on that as to, or,
I think at this point, Counselor, that would be comment. I don't think Mr. Lakocha can speak on behalf of the board in terms of what they may or may not entertain. So he wouldn't be able to make a commitment either way. So I think it's just comment right now.
I understand no commitment personally, but I wondered if there was a willingness to take it back to the board and offer a level of transparency that Londoners are expecting.
So Counselor, with respect, I think Council would have to communicate that to the board, not Mr. Lakocha. So that's something that, you know, as was mentioned, the mayor is on the board, so that's perhaps a discussion to have with the mayor.
Okay.
It's not something that we can ask Mr. Lakocha to do.
Okay, fair enough. So my other question was, in terms of the 100% or almost 100% from London, my understanding was that previously there was, big industries were contributing revenue, maybe in a 60-40 split or a 70-30 split with London. And maybe not. I'm seeing some shaking of the head, so I just wondered if there was a change, what was happening. I also wondered in the reports, when we talk about number of jobs, I did have a few residents reach out to me a little bit concerned about the marketing campaigns that were bringing people from Toronto and from other areas here at a time when we're in a housing crisis and they're struggling to find jobs and they're struggling to find housing for them or their kids are, why their taxpayer money would be going to a marketing campaign to bring people here versus bringing industry here so that Londoners have jobs. So I just wondered if you had a response to those concerns.
And Counselor, I'll just advise you that hit your 5 minutes, but I'm going to go to Mr. Lakocha if you want to speak to the purpose behind the Don't Tell Toronto campaign.
Thank you. Through the chair, the demand and supply variables in the labor market are almost never in equilibrium. Companies that are growing and expanding, even when they're participating in local job fairs, they are not often able to find the skills, the talent, the type of requirements that they have are not being met in the local catchment area. Those are the skills that are being marketed in Toronto and external areas. So we are trying to be very targeted in the occupations that are in high demand and low supply in the local area. By no means is it to say we're not focusing on trying to maximize the potential of the local labor market as well. That's where the London and area job fairs come in very handy. But most of the external activities are focused on filling the high demand areas that are not seeing enough activity in the local area.
And I'm going to go next to Councillor Rahman.
Thank you, and through you. I just wanted to inquire, I heard the councillor's line of questioning, and I thought that a sufficient answer was given to the question around how to access the information and that it was available to council and camera. Do you need a motion to have that received by council at a further date?
Give me one moment to confer with the clerk. Yes, so we would need an additional direction, Councillor. So we've got a motion on the floor to receive. If you want to amend, I would suggest something to the effect of, and that civic administration be directed to work with LEDC to bring back financial reporting to council in closed session at a future council or a future SPPC meeting date. If you so choose to move that way, that would be what the clerks would need.
Thank you. I'm not requiring that at this time. What I'm saying is there's a pathway for council and councilors to receive that information so that motion can be made. I think that if that's the desire in order to pass some level of scrutiny, to be able to go back to residents and say that we're confident in the information that we've received, then that may be needed. I'm not hearing the same thing. But I just want to make sure that people understand there's a pathway to receive that information if needed. I appreciate the level of detail that is given in the report. I do think there's opportunity for our community to better understand some of the work that LEDC does and the rest of those that are delegating today. But I think that comes from getting to know these organizations better and the work they do. And I think they're quite open and transparent in their communication about how to engage with them. So I personally don't need that information, but I wanted to make sure it was available.
Thank you, Councillor. Mayor Morgan.
Yes, I just want to add a couple of comments. So first, I'll let council know that I think my first term or second term of council, I was probably one of the biggest scrutinizers of LEDC. I remember even delaying the purchase of service contract to add additional provisions into it, working with council and LEDC at the time. And I would say I think we strengthened the purchase of service agreement at that time, and we provided an additional layer of expected reporting and metrics, which I think LEDC is now bringing before us and making available on their website. I can say now I have the opportunity to sit as a member of the board, and I can say, you know, my previous scrutiny of this organization has evaporated completely based on the new purchase of service contract and the performance that I see out of the LEDC, not just in ensuring that they're aggressive in supporting council's industrial land development strategy, but also in the other things we've tasked them with over the years, like putting the film office and other council priorities under their umbrella and then delivering on them in a highly effective way and a very cost-effective way. It's an organization that continues to align its priorities with both the purchase of service agreement and the demands that council has on it, and take on additional duties and responsibilities as we've asked them throughout the course of amendments to that contract. And I would say, too, I think a key player in the diversification of our economic strategy. The LEDC has gotten very clearly that, 30 to 40 years ago, when we were completely dependent upon mainly automobile and other traditional manufacturing, that ended very badly during economic downturns for London. And the way that we have diversified our strategy, LEDC and other partners within the economic development sector, means we now have these really robust agri-food strategies. We have an emerging tech strategy. We have a film industry developing. We have delved into leveraging our medical sciences expertise into pharmaceutical production and medical nitrile glove production. We are actively participating in even partnerships with Volkswagen on workforce development and supporting what are economic drivers to the region that have spin-off benefits for Londoners and even direct benefits for Londoners from a jobs perspective. So I appreciate the information. I always appreciate when councillors would desire more information. My own opinion, having watched this over the years, is I'm very happy with the progression of this organization and where they've got to, and I think where they're headed to in the future is very beneficial as well. And I'm always open to, as purchase of service agreements come to an expiry. Remember, this is a little bit different from other organizations. This is a separate corporation that we are purchasing a service with under a contract. We purchase services from many organizations, and they are separate, independent entities and bodies. So I think we can partner with them and ask for information in a number of different ways, and there are pathways to doing that. But I'm very happy with the evolution of the way that the LEDC has progressed over the years and the responsiveness that they've given to council's requests and expectations in the past. So I just wanted to add that context, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have no one else on the speakers list at this time. And I will let colleagues know that Councillor Hillier has joined us remotely, so he is with us as well. So with no other speakers, I will ask the clerk to open the vote.
Trusso votes yes.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14 to 1.
Thank you, colleagues, and thank you, Mr. Lakocha and your team for the presentation and the annual update to us. The next presenter on our list for item 3.2, the next of our economic development partners is the Small Business Center and Mr. Pellerin. So Mr. Pellerin, welcome. And just as I said to Mr. Lakocha, you have 5 minutes, and when you are ready to begin, please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and through your chair, thank you for this opportunity. I'd like to begin by highlighting our recently updated mission and vision statement. For 37 years, our mission statement has clearly identified our purpose as economic development. The social and cultural well-being of the community has been the byproduct. Its importance has been understated. Our revised mission and vision emphasize that small business is the means to make our community better, to create opportunities for people, and to showcase our diversity, rich culture, and inclusiveness. That said, job creation remains the most important measurement to our funders. Last year, we directly contributed to the creation of 416 jobs. We delivered 170 training sessions with almost 3,000 people participating, making us one of the busiest small business enterprise centers in the province. Those sessions aren't just valuable skills development opportunities, they are a necessary triage tool. Not everyone who requests a consultation can receive one, so when it makes sense, we can direct them to a group session. Last year, we saw a notable increase in the number of newcomers accessing our service. This reflects our population growth, as well as our efforts to better reach and serve various ethnic communities. Activity by sector. This is influenced by where we can secure additional funding for programs. So not surprisingly, food-related is number one. Retail at 10% is also a result of targeted programming. However, last year represented the tail end of some COVID recovery initiatives, so this may decrease next year. Business stage is captured at the first point of contact. If we work with someone through the investigating stage to business start and continue to serve them as an existing business, they will only ever be captured here as investigating. It's an important stat because it indicates trends. As an example, we saw a large spike in the number of existing businesses contacting us during COVID, and now that has returned to pre-COVID levels. We see a substantial increase in the investigatory stage, and that's because of our efforts to introduce our services to new audiences, specifically the newcomer population. What these stats and those on the previous slides tell us is that they can easily be influenced by where we direct our limited resources. There is a constant need and opportunity to do more. Slide 7 highlights our services, but I want to continue on to highlight some of our high-impact programs. Last year, we dispersed $147,000 in provincial microgrants. With the grants comes extensive training and mentorship support. We look for ventures that have a high leverage investment ratio and ability to create jobs almost immediately. Within 6 months of receiving the grant, the total reported new jobs were 58. The Foodpreneur Advantage program, designed for new food manufacturers, has been our flagship program for the past 3 years. It is a 4-year project launched in 2021 with seed funding from Libero Credit Union and FedDev. It has 2 key components. The startup series of webinars is taken a la carte and is self-paced. With hundreds of businesses participating, it's an effective prospecting tool. And each year, 20 to 25 businesses are selected to receive intensive business coaching and mentorship in the Scale Up program. With the funding for this project coming to an end, we have opened the startup training to other municipalities, entered into MOUs under a membership model. We now have 13 municipal partners promoting the startup series in their respective communities and contributing financially to the project. We are still seeking funding to keep the Scale Up program active. New Start Guidance for Newcomer-Led Businesses is delivered in partnership with LEDC. Only 6 months in, we have worked with 7 organizations to deliver workshops across the city. 20 businesses were invited to receive comprehensive training and coaching. And as the project progresses, we'll be able to report back on job creation. I'd like to conclude by bringing the attention back to the real champions of small business. It may go without saying that behind every business there is a person, but it deserves emphasis. It is people, not businesses, who put it all on the line to pursue their passion. And it is people who share their talent, creativity, and culture. Business is the means, and our community is the beneficiary. Please don't stop here. Visit the inspiration page of our website. Check out some of our videos. I guarantee you will be inspired. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pellerin, and we'll get you to stay at the podium there. There may be some questions. First, I'm going to look for a motion to receive the presentation, moved by Councillor Ferreira and seconded by Councillor Frank. And now we will open the floor to discussions. Looking for speakers. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you for the presentation and for all the support you give to our small businesses. I know it's really appreciated. In fairness to everybody, I'll ask this similar question. Are your financial statements publicly available?
Yes. As a non-for-profit organization, I mean, we would require some information as to who's receiving it, but for the most part, we have shared those that we've shared them with other parties, and I don't see why we wouldn't in this situation.
Councillor? Oh, Mr. Pellerin, can you just turn your mic off? Councillor, go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I also appreciate the willingness to have the open transparency for the Londoners and taxpayers who are putting money towards this good work. Thank you.
Looking for other speakers. Councillor Frank.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that the Beet Burgers by New Leaf are exceptional. So if you look at slide 8, it just highlights those. If you haven't had one, you're missing out. And thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Pribble.
Thank you, Sir the Chair. I have a few questions. First one is who we serve business stage. If I look at the graph, the 45% is staying flat in terms of the startups, and investigating and existing year on year actually completely flipped. Is this kind of what's out there in the throughout the industries, or is it something potentially that some are reaching out more than the others?
Mr. Pellerin.
It's actually driven in 2 ways. So there is a natural demand that comes to the front door, and we do our best to serve those people that come from the front door. But a lot of it is also driven by our programming. As I've said, if we can get additional funding for projects, that's going to drive those numbers. So in this situation, we are seeing less COVID recovery money than we were maybe definitely more than 2 years ago. So that's why the number of existing businesses is down. And as far as the investigating, that is directly related to our efforts to spread ourselves across the city and to do these outreach presentations to newcomer and ethnic groups.
Councillor.
Follow-up. In the Foodpreneur, we are growing in a positive way together with our comp set, the other municipalities. There is one that we are not, and I was just curious, what is a unique participant and why we are not going with the comp set? Thank you.
Mr. Pellerin.
Okay, so the program is taken a la carte, meaning that we will run the workshops, the seminars repetitively throughout the year. People can enter and they can take it at their own pace, which means that individuals may cross into 2 different reporting periods, okay? So when we say unique participant, we mean that is somebody brand new that we've entered now into our CRM, into our database, that is accessing our services in that portfolio of services for the first time. That's what a unique participant is. They can come back and they will count as an attendance, but they will not come back and count as a new unique participant. As far as the comparables, the data set you referred to, that's because we're growing the number of municipal partners. So last year we had 8 other municipalities partnering with us. This year we have 13. So the total is going to start rising disproportionately to London's share.
Councillor Pribble.
Thank you. Our number for age under 30 has increased from 15 to 17%. When I talk to the post-secondary students regularly, doesn't matter if it's Fanshawe or Western, many of them are saying that they would like to explore staying in London instead of going back home and to do, for example, entrepreneurship and startups from their parents' basement. But they would like to receive kind of more information, what municipalities, small business center, and other organizations can do. And of course, they would love to have thrown hundreds of thousands of dollars at them, but they say, even without the money, what is there? How can we reach out to them? It's positive from 15 to 17%, but again, if you look at under 30 entrepreneurship and the two great post-secondary institutions we have here, how can we target them more?
Mr. Pellerin?
That is a great question, and admittedly, we are doing less with youth than maybe we were 15 years ago. But that is a result of both of our post-secondary institutions, Fanshawe and Western, are now investing considerable amounts of money into entrepreneurship. Okay, so we're needed less in that area, to be blunt, but the students are finding a lot of what they need on campus. That doesn't mean that we aren't still reaching out to those students, but our role has been diminished. And quite frankly, the students, we've had some challenges. As a matter of fact, just recently, I've met with folks at Fanshawe to try and get their student consultancy team to work on how we can get some of those kids off of campus and back into some of our resources. So we're making efforts, but if I'm being, but I want to make it very clear too. I mean, we put our resources where the demand is, and right now, the youth are being well served, in my opinion, through the post-secondary institutions, and we're feeling the strain and the pressure from other areas. So it doesn't mean that we can't find incremental ways to improve what we do with youth, but it's also a well-known fact that a youth is much more likely to launch a business if their parents own businesses. They're like 60% more likely. So I think we have to look at it, the entire community, and what we want to do is build the culture of entrepreneurship and business ownership across all ages, across all demographics. If we can get kids' parents to run businesses, it's going to be more likely that the kids are going to run a business. So it's got to be a long game, and that's the way we're directing our resources.
Counselor?
Thank you. One comment and then one more question. In terms of the comment, I agree that both post-secondary institutions are offering great support during their years, but then afterwards, I do think that we should be, and I'm not just talking small business center, as a municipality, trying to make our city more attractive and opportunities for these young people and hold them in our city. Last question is, does your organization have specific annual goals, targets, and if you do, are you on the track to fulfill your annual targets?
Mr. Pellerin?
Yes, we do. It's important, too, to understand how we use the city's funds in this. So the city's funds are really the most discretionary dollars that we have as an organization. So we will use those dollars to leverage other opportunities, other funders, other programs. So our target setting often comes from what other projects we can get. So every project that we do, all these projects that I identified, Foodpreneur, the microloan programs, all come with their unique set of targets and goals. And those, of course, get wrapped into an aggregate goal setting. And we are, with one exception, we are achieving all of those goals. The one that we aren't achieving is youth, but it's only about 1 or 2% below our target. So I'm confident that we will exceed that target on youth for next year.
Thank you. No more questions.
And I have no more speakers on the speakers list, so final call. And seeing none, I will ask the clerk to open the vote.
Strasso votes yes.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Pellerin, and to your team for your presentation. We appreciate having all three organizations come before us every year. And the third organization, 3.3, is our delegation from Tech Alliance, and Ms. Fox is with us. So if you'd like to come to the podium, and then once you're ready, just as the other two speakers, you'll have 5 minutes, and you can begin when you're ready to go.
Excellent. Okay. False start. Good afternoon, everybody. Tech Alliance empowers world-class ventures and fuels growth in Canada's innovation economy while propelling ambitious entrepreneurs and tech talent right here. Today, we're looking back at the incredible results of our most recent fiscal, which ended March 31st, 2024. As the lead voice and centralized resource for London's tech sector, Tech Alliance radically reduces obstacle and increases speed to success for the most promising startups and highest potential scale-ups generating prosperity right now. We champion and coach entrepreneurs, amplify and impact businesses while fostering an equitable and vibrant community of innovators. The Greater London area has what it takes to be among Canada's top tech ecosystems, and it has a population that's educated, technical, professional, and has investable wealth. Here you'll see our 3 strategic priorities guiding us toward our moonshot. London was ranked number 4 in CBRE's top emerging tech markets in North America, now 3 times consecutively, and that is not by accident. Built by founders, Tech Alliance is the place for dreamers, innovators, and world-changing ideas. Continuing our pace as a vital partner to the City of London, I'd like to thank you on behalf of our Board of Directors, some of whom are up in the gallery. Go ahead and wave, gang. Fostering an entrepreneurial culture and with nearly 5,000 advisory and education hours combined, of that, 1,900 were one-to-one advisory hours. This is a combined metric, is down from the prior year because we had educational hours that were smaller because of when our Be Here project started and ended in that particular year. Demonstrating the value of our mandate as the place for entrepreneurs who are innovating, we facilitated 4,000 connections across 61 different events. We bring together people, and we publish and amplify compelling stories locally and across the nation. Our city boasts a high-tech talent employment rate closing in at 17,000 tech jobs here, prioritizing and widening pathways to critical resources like talent for late-stage startups and hypergrowth ventures. We had strong student and professional newcomer interactions and made significant ecosystem referrals. For jobs created, posted, and promoted, we saw 3,100, up 500 from last year. We saw in excess of $100 million in capital raised by tech companies in the Forest City. And making good on our promise, we've made remarkable connections to policymakers and politicians at all ranks of government who have been so bold as to call out London's undeniable swagger on main stages of Canadian technology conferences. We're happy to boast about Tech Alliance's impact here, significantly outpacing many other often talked about cities. We cultivate and foster a thriving community of founders and their teams, industry leaders, capacity builders, ecosystem partners, investors, and tech talent committed to a regional culture of diversity and equity. 75% of startups fail. And in the next 6 slides, these are a fraction of the 25% that took risks and continue to soar. Our Polaris is to be among the top tech ecosystems in Canada, activated through venture growth advisory, industry, tech talent, and community, with significant advocacy with the Government of Canada and the Province of Ontario to ensure London continues to be a North Star in Canada's economic value creators. Next comes our highlight reel of collaboration among 5,000 innovators, entrepreneurs, and industries in the tech industry in the last fiscal. Found on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and other platforms, Idea to Investment podcast is where you can listen to our beloved host, Ken Eastwood, talk about groundbreaking innovation of founders and their investors. Activating funding for ventures led by equity-deserving founders, Tech Alliance flowed $630,000 to companies focused on green economy, resulting in 109 FTEs, $6.2 million in combined revenue, and $1.8 million in capital raised. With Huron and Fanshawe, we delivered 550 liberal arts and STEM work-integrated learning experiences that impacted 160 industry partners. Add to that, we hosted Tech Talent Exchange with 785 student registrants and 133 employers. There are glass ceilings still to shatter for women founders, women investors, and women CEOs. So in person, we called more than 55 Women in Action through a new series designed to continue conversations with real systems change. Taking our place among the very best, we launched a genius economic development innovation to solve some of the most pressing city priorities. This past fiscal,
30
London
seconds, Ms.
Innovation
Fox.
Challenge. I'm sorry?
Sorry, just to let you know, you got about 30 seconds left.
Yes, I'll wrap up. This past fiscal, London Innovation Challenge awarded $40,000 each to 2 companies who bolstered London creative industries. The final challenge in a statement of multi-year series. Since its inception, we've awarded 10 companies across 4 challenges with non-dilutive seed funding, bespoke advisory services with an additional $6 million total capital raised by those companies, resulting in 5.1 total revenue, 65 jobs. So in closing, you'll see that these outcomes are published in the business case in your added agenda for the next potential innovation challenge phase. Maximizing our collective momentum, we ask you to consider a one-time funding over multiple years to tackle your highest priority municipal challenges in line with Council's strategic plan. Tech Alliance has an unmatched spirit to solve global challenges with you.
And that's past time. So thank you for that presentation. We're going to look for a mover and a seconder to receive, and that's moved by Councillor Hillier and seconded by Councillor Hopkins. And we will open the floor now for questions and comments. Councillor Lehman.
Thank you, Ms. Fox. I just want to ask how the workplace has changed with remote work. How is that impacting your members, our tech industry here locally? How's it impacting in terms of local jobs? Because I can understand it would maybe a two-way street. One is that companies locally here can access talent globally, and vice versa, though. People here would work for companies not located in London. So how is remote work affecting jobs? And also, how is it affecting investment in new initiatives?
Ms. Fox.
Thank you, through the chair. This is the question that's always a double-edged sword because we have some tech talent that work in London for technology companies, remote or in person. We have tech talent that live in London and work for companies outside of London. And we have companies in London that employ people outside of London. So there's an awful lot of trifecta involved in there. We continue to see a rise in tech jobs in this community. It's one of the reasons why we land on CBRE's top tech emerging tech markets. It's also one of the reasons why we landed on a report last year, and we're waiting on this year's report through Techna that showed that London was number 8 in-city migration. So the future looks bright as far as talent migrating to the city. As it relates to remote work, companies are choosing to find talent in a lot of different places, and they find sometimes efficiencies in remote work opportunities and sometimes greater efficiencies for people in work. I think the jury's still out. We see a lot of different trends happening where employees are, even if they're remote, they're still in the workplace a couple of days a week to build efficiencies, have operational excellence, and build culture.
Councillor Lehman.
And one further question, just on the availability of finding funding, private. Are your members finding it, how are they finding the local investment community as far as raising funds for, new startups, et cetera? Or are they having to increasingly seek outside funding?
Ms. Fox.
Thank you. Through the chair, that's a really great question. One of the things that London is lauded for is investable wealth, and there are a couple of VC firms in town that will fund early stage startups that are focused on technology in really meaningful ways. And that was absent, I would say, beyond SWO Angels, which has been an angel investment group that's been around for a long, long time. This is a new behavior that's happening in London, and it's welcome behavior. Having that kind of concentration of wealth invested in technology companies that are operating here in this region is a really good sign. When we work with companies, typically when they come in the door, they're looking for access to capital, access to talent, access to customers. They start with the money. So we typically look at companies where they have total addressable market and adjacencies to funders who are looking to fund companies that are doing the things that they're doing. And so we are not opposed to working with companies and making introductions to investors that are outside of London, outside of Ontario, even outside of Canada where it makes sense. The more often a London company can receive investment so they can accelerate, create jobs, the better it is for everybody. So again, it's a duality of, it's awesome that we have investment firms now in London, but it's also awesome for us to make sure that we have founders who are getting access to cash in lots of different places.
Counselor, you're good. Looking for other speakers. Counselor Pribble?
Thank you, through the chair. Under the fostering entrepreneurial culture, you are showing 1,900 hours as advisory, and last year it was almost 9,000 for advisory and educational. And you are not continuing with the educational or the reason behind it? And then also, what was the split of the 8,900 last year? Thank you.
Ms. Fox?
Thank you. Through the chair. Yes, that's a great call out. Thank you, Council Pribble. What we saw last year was an increased number of education hours related to our BHER, so Business Higher Education Roundtable. It's a project that we did at that time with Western University and have now continued that project with Fanshawe and Huron. What we did see, though, was 1,900 advisory hours this year, and what that means is actual, the staff on our team who are venture growth advisors, the amount of time they spend one-to-one with companies advancing their opportunities. So the split between last year and this year, we're very slightly less on advisory hours, like less than 100, and really that's related to where we have time of staff churn. Our venture growth advisors are former founders, and so when they join our team, that we sometimes see that departure because they start the next big thing. On the education advisory, it's really just a timing of a project that we had with an engineering class. That was a large size class that began in Q4, the prior fiscal, and ended in Q1 this particular fiscal. And we measured it because when it started, we measured it in the last report to SPPC.
Counselor?
Thank you. Follow up. Under the Harness World Class Talent, employer-student registrants for Tech Talent Exchange, you grew it for almost 100% year on year. What was the success behind this?
Ms. Fox?
Thank you. Through the chair. Tech Talent Exchange is something we're quite proud of. It's making that connection between technology companies that are operating in London and to students who are interested in joining technology companies, either because they're technical or other business operations. I would say two of the major reasons why we saw an increase this year is we had significant executive leadership endorsement through Fanshawe, through two deans at Fanshawe that did quite a bit of work in supporting the marketing efforts to students at Fanshawe. And I would say in the case of Western, we had a shift in a staff member there, and with any kind of a change comes increased enthusiasm for marketing. So I think it was a combination of the work that we do in partnership with our post-secondary education, and depending on the types of companies that participate in Tech Talent Exchange, there could be a more or less interest by students, and it just happened in last fiscal year that there was probably more students interested in the types of companies that we had, and they were well marketed through our partnership with the schools.
Counselor?
Thank you. Putting business first, we had currently new startups 48. Last year it stated we had 10% increase. What was it then last year? Thank you.
Ms. Fox?
Thank you. Through the chair, in the last fiscal year SPPC report, it said up 10%. We were in at 70. This year we reported 48. The decline is primarily related to exits, a reduced number of exits, and a reduced number of acquisition for growth.
Counselor Pribble?
Thank you. And the last question, does your organization have annual goals, specific targets, and are you on the track to reach them or overachieve them?
Ms. Fox?
Thank you. Through the chair. Yes, we do. We have, while we're a not-for-profit organization, we operate like a private sector corporation. We have company scorecards and departmental scorecards that we review on a weekly basis. Those roll up to a quarterly board report to our board of directors. And of course, with multiple funders, we have a lot of different reporting requirements for each of those funders, so we track those as well. As we look at sort of our lead indicators for this year, we're halfway through this current fiscal, and we don't have, I'm not forecasting that we have major headwinds as it relates to our targets, and I expect that across the board we'll meet targets or exceed those targets.
Counselor?
Thank you. And last comment, thank you for including the business case study on the agenda, which was very helpful. And the financial impact and matrix is helpful as well for us. So thank you for that. No more questions, no more comments.
Thank you, Councillor, and I'll go back to Councillor Lehman.
Thank you. One further question, Ms. Fox. You know, we've heard presentations from LADC, Small Business Center, and yourselves, both trying to foster economic growth in London. I see that tech is one of the 4 key sectors LADC has identified. Can you tell me how the Tech Alliance works in partnership with LADC? Or are you working with LADC? I'm concerned about pillars being established in our community that might be not working with each other or worse, cross purposes.
Ms. Fox.
Thank you. Through the chair, I would say the greatest opportunity that we have between LADC, Tech Alliance, and even Small Business Center is the type of advocacy that we do combined and even separate to call attention to London and the incredible changes that we are seeing in the city, whether it's related to talent, whether it's related to startups, scaling companies. And I think that's one of the key drivers for the work that we do, and why when I meet with all different ranks of government, they often refer to conversations that they've had with Kapil and Kapil's team, and Steve's team. And so I think the best part of the work that we do is we have the opportunity to share through our quarterly economic development meetings with the city on some of the things that we've sort of looked back on and look forward to. And one of those is talking about major milestones that we've achieved in our organization so that we can continue to amplify and tell that story to folks who are looking at London as a best case scenario.
Councillor.
Yeah, thank you.
And I have Councillor Stevenson next.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation and the work that you do. It's exciting to see the growth of the tech sector in London. Given my questions to the other two, and I know that we only contribute $200,000, and I think it's less than a quarter of your budget, but are your statements available publicly?
Ms. Fox.
Thank you. Through the chair, we actually have less than a quarter from the City of London, and we actually have a number of multiple funding partners. And for each of those funding partners, we are required through our purchase service agreement to submit our financial statements. Additionally, we're expected to report for Ontario Sunshine List, so we have a great deal of transparency as it relates to our financial statements. If there was a conversation that any member of council would like to have about our audited financial statements, I'm very much open to it.
Councillor.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Okay, I have no other speakers on the list. So last call and checking online. And seeing none, I will ask the clerk to open the vote.
Trasso votes yes.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Thank you, colleagues. And thank you, Ms. Fox, to you and your team for your presentation, as always. Moving along, our next item on the agenda, colleagues, is 3.4. This is a public participation meeting on the 2025 amendments to the Consolidated Fees and Charges Bylaw. Because this is listed as a public participation meeting, I do need a motion to open the public participation meeting, moved by Councillor Hopkins and seconded by Councillor Pelosa, and we will open the vote on that.
Councillor Trossau.
Trasso votes yes. Sorry.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Okay, the public participation meeting is open, so if there's anyone in the gallery here to speak to the Consolidated Fees and Charges Bylaw, you could make your way to a microphone. I will check online to see if there's anyone on the Zoom meeting as well. And I have no one online, and I have no one making their way to the mic, as I see our Tech Alliance folks are making their way back to the office. But we'll look to see one last call, anyone to speak on the Consolidated Fees and Charges Bylaw. Seeing none, I'll look for a motion to close the public participation meeting, moved by Councillor Lehman and seconded by Councillor Frank. And I will ask the clerk to open the vote.
Grasso votes yes.
Counselor Stevenson? Closing the vote, motion carries 15 to 0.
Thank you, colleagues. So I'm looking to see if there's anyone who wants to put the staff recommendation on the floor. Moved by Counselor Cuddy and seconded by Counselor Lehman. So the staff recommendation on the fees and charges bylaw is on the floor, and looking for any discussion. Counselor Stevenson.
Thank you. Yeah, I just had a question. On page 65 for the hall rentals, it's for Centennial Hall. The percent change from 2024 to 2025 is like 160 to 300 to 400% increases. I just wondered if there was an explanation.
Ms. Barbone.
Thank you, through the chair. As explained in the report, they had raised their rates but had neglected to provide that information to update the fees and charges bylaw. So that correction is being made, and the fees and charges that are currently being charged are now included. That's why it's a number of years catch up that the fees are representing.
Counselor Stevenson. Any other speakers on this? Seeing none, then I will ask the clerk to open the vote.
Votes yes.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15 to 0.
Thank you, colleagues. So our next item is a public participation meeting. This is Phase 1 Options Report, the London Ward Boundary Review. I'm just going to preface this so I can look for a motion to open the PPM, and then afterwards we can move into our own dialogue as well. But I did speak to the clerk's team just for clarity from some questions that were raised by council members last week on this. And I know our folks from Watson and Associates will be joining us on the line momentarily. But just for colleagues' information, today is a touch point for our consultants to update us on where they are. After today, there is a second round of public consultation, as well as opportunities for individual councillors to book follow-up meetings as well. So today we are not looking for direction to make changes to what the work the consultants are doing as per the RFP. It is an opportunity to ask questions, to get some more information for members of the public to provide us feedback through the public participation meeting. But it is not a change to the scope of the work that our consultants will be doing for Phase 2. So I just wanted to preface that for colleagues' information. And I'm going to look now for a motion to open the PPM. Moved by Councillor Ferreira and seconded by Councillor McAllister. And colleagues.
Grasso votes yes.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15 to 0.
Okay, so just as we did with the last item, if any members of the public are here to speak to the item with respect to the ward boundary changes proposal, now's the time to make your way to a microphone to provide us your feedback and comments. And I will also look for any participants online. And we have none online, so I'm going to look for a motion to close the public participation meeting. Moved by Councillor Frank and seconded by Councillor Lame. Oh, sorry.
Oh, I'm up here.
Saw you up there. Sorry about that.
Okay.
If you can give us your name, and then you'll have 5 minutes, and when you're ready to go ahead.
5 minutes, okay.
And I will give you a 30-second warning as you're approaching your 5-minute mark.
Yes, hello. Thank you for, first of all, this process that you've established, the city, and the public consultation part of it. My name is Gil Warren, and I live in Woodfield, in the area of Adelaide and Central, 624 William Street. And I'm not speaking on behalf of the Woodfield Community Association, but I have been a member of that board and very active in downtown politics for many years. I read over the presentation that the consultants are going to make. And just a few quick comments. You've given me how much time? 5 minutes, all right. In terms of the issue of population growth, and I can see in the plan that it's looking at where will the city's growth be in 10 years, and then trying to develop a word system to deal with that. Just a word of caution on that. I've lived in this city since the 70s, and I've seen periods of growth for the city and then periods of stagnation. And I've seen situations where we suddenly get a recession and we end up with empty holes in the ground where there were supposed to be big buildings. Anyway, I would say in designing the ward boundary changes, population growth 10 years from now should not be the #1 priority. The #1 priority is a system to be adjusted now that will deal with the actual population we have. My big issue and concern is the communities of interest. And that's talking about neighborhoods and different community groups in the city. And I think that is the most important thing. And it also has to be, whatever is created, it should be a simple system. I don't think there should be really, while we have to adjust for current population growth, there shouldn't be any big changes where we completely change a ward around, or we change the name of the ward, or because people are used to the system we have now in terms of, I live in Ward 13, I know the rough boundaries, and I can relate to that. If we just change all the numbers, we'll just confuse everybody. I also proposed a long time ago that the wards not just have numbers like Ward 13, but also include a name, like in the case of our ward, Woodfield Oxford Park, okay? They do this in other cities, and it allows people in their head to know, okay, I guess I'm in that ward when they're trying to figure it out. I just want to highlight 3 communities of interest that I think are divided by the proposals that have been put forward by the consultants. One is my own neighborhood of Woodfield, and what I call London East, which other people call Old East Village. I know people think that Adelaide is some kind of wall and that no one in Woodfield ever goes on the other side of the wall, but actually we do all the time. We live in those 2 neighborhoods, but we move back and forth. We shop in one neighborhood, we live in another. People go to school in the other neighborhood, things like that. So, and I noticed in the proposals that London East is being sort of moved around in these proposals to go into Ward 2 or to go into another ward. And I would suggest that maybe Woodfield and London East could be in the current Ward 13. The other neighborhood that's really split up is the Ward 2 only includes half of Glencairn and none of Pond Mills. And I think the northern Glencairn is also connected to the southern Glencairn, and your proposals should try and keep Glencairn and Pond Mills in one ward. The other is Lambeth. Lambeth is an old town that used to be an independent place in the countryside, and we swallowed it up. And whatever proposal comes forward, Lambeth is unique, and I think it should be represented by one councillor. There's a problem when a community is divided in half and it ends up with 2 councillors who have different political opinions. It's better to have one councillor who can speak for that. Just a couple of other things. Like, how much time have I got left down there, Mr. Chair?
So you've got about 35 seconds left, Mr. Warren, and just before you go on, to hopefully help the consultants as well as the counselors, the comments that you've made so far, were you referring to a specific map option number or in general? Because if there's a specific map, I think it'd be good to highlight that for the consultants, and I'm not counting this answer against your time.
Okay.
But was there a map in their package that you were referring to in particular?
I was referring to a number of the maps with a number of instances. I'm going to attend the meetings in next week, and we can get into all the details. I just wanted to give kind of an overview from a community activist point of view.
Okay, so we'll resume your time now.
All right. The other big thing is class. The lower class you are, the less likely you are to vote. The more educated, the more higher class you will vote. And I think that should be taken into consideration. New Londoners, doesn't matter where they're from, takes them a long time to get involved in city politics. Our turnout is atrocious, and one of the problems is the system's too complicated. Got to keep it simple. Last comment. London is really not one city, but 3 cities. There's my downtown part of the city where I can walk and bike and take a bus, and the age is mixed, and there are other wards downtown like that as well. Then there's the old suburbs from the 1950s to the 1980s, and then the new suburbs from the 1990s until now. If you're drawing maps, it would be useful if you put the old suburbs from the 60s together if you can, because they have older populations, they have a long history. I would also note that
That's your time, Mr.
that's
Warren.
my time. Okay, I'll do the rest at the meetings in a couple.
Yep, and we would welcome you at any of the meetings that we're having on this topic. I'm looking for any further speakers. And I'll just give folks a moment, both in the gallery and online, to see if there's anyone. Okay, and checking with the clerk, there's no one online either. So I will look now for a motion to close the public participation meeting, moved by Councillor Frank and seconded by Councillor Ferreira. And we'll ask the clerk to open the vote on that, and then we will move on to our consultant's presentation.
Jocelyn votes yes.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Thank you, colleagues. And Mr. Spicer and Mr. Williams, I see you are both with us online and ready to give us your presentation. I know the last time you were with us, we needed more time, and you had asked for a 10-minute presentation this time. So that's what we've allotted in the schedule for you, and then questions and comments from councilors after that. So when you're ready, if you would like to begin with your presentation to us.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I'm prepared to get us started here with this presentation. The point of today's workshop is to simply bring council and the community up to date with the status of the ward boundary review by talking a little bit about the process, the information provided in the preliminary options report, and the next steps. Now, this is an independent review based on parameters provided by the city. So we're working with staff to collect data and consult with the community, and we are developing preliminary options to enhance effective representation in London. The next slide will point out some basic facts about the composition of municipal councils in Ontario. The basic size is 5. London is well above that, of course. And so the relevant point here is that the composition is essentially a local determination, but as the next slide shows, this is essentially something that varies by municipality, the context, the size, the whatever, there's history involved. London, in our view, is not out of line with the other comparable municipalities, and this chart is basically those who are in the general neighborhood, if I could say that, west of Hamilton. So there's nothing really about the composition that we felt we needed to circle back around and talk about. So we will work basically with a 14 ward option as you currently have. And we will start that review, and we have started that review by looking at a set of guiding principles, which we are outlined on the next slide. And those principles were applied initially to the current configuration. Every configuration has its strengths and shortcomings. And on the whole, we assess London's present ward configuration as sound. But the major shortcoming is that the population growth will result in an unacceptable population variation by 2035. In other words, 3 elections out. So there were minor issues related to certain features used as boundaries and the grouping of some of the communities of interest in the current system. And those are outlined in more detail in our report that goes along with this presentation. So in our experience, having a number of options to consider at this point helps to stimulate public discussion. And that's the point that we are at now. We want public discussion. We've already had one example of that today. So the proposed changes begin with fairly modest ones. And preliminary option one is one that essentially keeps things as they are. And then we move on to something more, if you will, dramatic and perhaps less familiar. I would just say that for some people, any change to the status quo may be seen as drastic or unacceptable. But in our view, the approach has been to develop plausible adjustments, not wholesale change. So I'm going to ask Zach Spicer to take over here and talk a little bit about these preliminary options that we're putting forward. And the key word here is preliminary. Zach.
Thank you so much, Bob. And again, we're not looking for the public to necessarily endorse or to vote for any of these options in particular. As Bob mentioned, these are intended to generate discussion. The first option provides for some modest adjustment, coming mostly in some of the wards in the northern part of the city. As we will see, this provides for better population parity as we move towards the 2030 and 2034 election cycles. However, there are still four wards that are outside the acceptable range of variation. The communities of interest are largely contained within single wards, including much of rural London. Overall, we argue that this provides an option that is largely successful in offering effective representation. Moving on to the second option, where the focus has been placed on population parity. We can see that this option provides for population parity today, and parity is largely achieved as we move towards the 2030 election cycle. However, certain communities of interest are bisected by certain ward boundaries, and the markers that are used as boundaries aren't necessarily straightforward. We argue, though, that this provides for a partially successful, effective representation. Moving on to the third option. Third option builds from the first. It provides for very good population parity today and well into the future. Moving towards the 2034 election cycle, there are no wards that are outside the 15% variation range. Most of the communities of interest are comfortably contained within single wards, and the markers that are used as boundaries are for the most part straightforward, with perhaps a notable exception between wards 9 and 10. Next slide. The final option carries along some of the same logic provided in option 2, where population parity is for the most part achieved today and largely achieved by the 2030 election cycle. This, however, these ward configurations, however, do not necessarily comfortably contain each community of interest. We argue, however, that this model is partially successful in providing for effective representation. Next slide. Overall, we've reviewed numerous options. Most were deemed as less successful than the 4 potential options that we've provided. Some may refer to these as drastic changes. Others may see them as necessary change. The next task for us is to allow for the public to evaluate each of these options. It's not necessarily a popularity contest, but rather an invitation to explain why various options, either in part or as a whole, are acceptable or not. What emerges will be a final recommendation that might be one of these options, might be a hybrid, or something entirely new. We begin this process next week with a virtual engagement session on October 16th, and then 3 in-person engagement sessions on October 17th from 5 until 7 p.m. We would certainly encourage anyone within the city who is interested or curious about the process to join us and to provide us with feedback. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Spicer. And I know that you had asked for 10 minutes, but you came in well under that at 7.5. So we appreciate the efficiency of that. So we're going to look now to colleagues for a motion to receive the report, and then we can move into questions and comments. And so that's moved by Councillor Pribble and seconded by Councillor Cuddy and Councillor Hopkins, but I looked to the right before I looked to the left. So we'll go with Councillor Cuddy, and we'll open the vote on that. We won't open the vote on that. We're going to move to discussion and questions. And looking for a speakers list. Councillor Frank.
Thank you, yes, and I appreciate the presentation, the work that's gone in so far. I do have a couple general comments, and I'm just wondering, like, based on some of the map options, if I can just add them to the floor. I don't have a motion, but I want to share. Yeah, okay. So I did want to highlight in both options on the map 1 and 3 from Ward 11, which I'm going to be biased and speak from that vantage point. I think we probably all know our wards quite well. There are about 10 houses on Springbank Drive that get cut out and then put over to Ward 13. And not that I don't think that the councillor is great over there. There is no natural connection. There's actually a train berm that runs right through. And so I just wanted to highlight for the consultants that those 10 houses would feel absolutely no sense of connection to the River Forks neighborhood. I also wanted to highlight for option 4 for Old South residents, and I've already heard a bit of it on my social media, that the option number 4 cuts Old South in half along Rideout, and that residents don't like that because they feel very connected to Old South and Wortley Village, and to have their area cut in half, they wouldn't really appreciate that. So just wanted to pass it along. I did also want to highlight, and the speaker highlighted it well, regarding the names and numbers. I believe at Governance Working Group we had a brief discussion, but I do think people might remember their ward a bit better if there was a name associated with it. For example, mine right now, if you look at it, it would be South Crest and Old South would be the two largest kind of overarching names, and people know that they live in those areas. When I talk to the general population, they do not know that they live in Ward 11 unless I tell them. And I don't know if it's the same with other folks, but generally the number is not a super big signifier, but the names of their neighborhoods are. So I'm wondering perhaps maybe moving forward, we could look at, when we land on a final map composition, discussing having names associated with the numbers. And the only other question perhaps that I got that I would like to ask through the chair to the consultants was regarding school boundaries. So when people vote in municipal elections, they vote for both their councillor and then trustees. But there are some people whose ward they would vote for their councillor, but if their kid goes to another school, because it's across the street, that's another ward, so they're not able to vote for the trustees on the same ballot. So there was a question regarding, is there any ability to try and align school trustee boundaries with council boundaries? And I don't really know because I'm not familiar with that, with the rules for that. So through the chair, I don't know if that's something that can be commented on or thought about, but I just want to share that as a comment as well.
Well, I'm actually going to go to our consultants there and see if Mr. Williams or Mr. Spicer are able to offer any comment on ward boundaries and alignment with school board trustee. I know you do this work in multiple municipalities, and I know you do it for school boards as well. So I wonder if you might offer a comment to the councillor on either the viability or the challenges to the viability of trying to align ward lines with school trustee lines.
I'll pick that up if I may, Mr. Chair. Other members of our team do spend a lot of their time working with school boards on such things as school boundaries, catchment areas, whatever the right term is. The actual alignment of trustees is not something that is part of this review. I'm sure we're aware of school boundaries and issues of that sort in drawing the lines. That would have been part of what went into these. Whether any of these cases apply right now, I can't say. And if there are glaring examples of that, we would certainly want to hear that and to determine whether that can be done. I also would suggest that the allocation of trustee seats, what's called the determination and distribution, I believe, it actually takes place before every election. So it's possible that some of those issues may even change after our review is completed. So it may be that the school board boundaries might be realigned to conform to ward boundaries rather than the other way around. But I can't claim to be the great expert on that, but it's certainly a point that I know the team will take into account.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. And our clerk actually is able to provide a brief follow-up to that as well. So we'll go to Ms. Corman.
Thank you, through the chair. Yes, that is correct. The school boards separately, London District Catholic School Board, the Thames Valley District School Board, will take these new boundaries and evaluate them in accordance with legislation for the determination of their new new representation on the school boards. For the two French school boards, it actually encompasses the whole city, so it won't be affected.
Thank you for that, Ms. Corman. And there was a second question in there, I think, for our consultants from Councillor Frank with regard to any, and I think you may have this in your phase 2 evaluation anyway, but with respect to names as well as numbers for wards, is that something that you've heard from the public on or that you would be considering in the next phase?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we haven't heard that from the public, aside from the earlier speaker today. I think it's something that we can keep in mind as we move forward. But council could provide names to the wards if they would like at the end of the process as well.
Thank you, and
if I
our
may
clerk.
add to that, Mr. Chair, I suggest that is an exercise that would come when new wards are established. And in a sense, I'll leave that fight to you folks to sort out rather than for us to come in and pick those names for you. I think that is probably a community-based exercise that would better capture what the wards reflect.
Thank you, and our clerk has some comment to share on that one as well. Ms. Corman, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. As part of the terms of reference, naming conventions were asked to be considered, and as part of the round 2 of consultation, we do have a question in the survey that speaks to numbers and the naming conventions and any suggestions that might be had. So we will be collecting that information during this phase, but in the official bylaw that you will pass, numbers will remain, and then the naming will come later.
So I'm going to go back to Councillor Frank first to see if she's got any follow-up to those comments, and then I've got Councillor Ferreira and then Councillor Hopkins.
No, thank you.
Then Councillor Ferreira, you're next.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for recognizing me. Similar comments of Councillor Frank, so I won't go into them, but for me, it's a big, weight on how I would start seeing things would be for the community of interest and just that proper representation piece. But I did want to ask, separate from that, I'm not going to make the comments now really for how I see the options, but I wanted to ask, I do know that we're kind of on a time crunch here as well, and we need to have something resolved at this council before the end of this year, I believe, and we have to have something in place, I guess by January 1st of 2025, so I just wanted to ask, no? Okay, so I guess I'll start with clarifications of those questions. But what time frame do we have here? Because I know that as soon as we receive this report and the consultants go out and they start engaging with the community mid this month, so they're going to start very quickly. How much time do we have when that final report comes back in December? How much time do we have to just basically approve something? And then with potential appeals, where could that take us? So I'm just trying to ask.
Yeah, so we'll get our clerks to give you the timeline on that. Ms. Corman?
Thank you, through the chair. The timeline, we actually have to have the bylaw passed by the end of this year. So consultation will be open with the online survey going live tomorrow, plus the additional hybrid meetings that we're hosting. The survey and everything will be open until November 11th. We are then going to report back to the December SPPC meeting, and hopefully that report then will go to the last meeting of council in December. Then we will pass a bylaw, at which time there is an appeal period, and if an appeal is received, then we also have to provide for 6 months to allow for the process to go through the OLT. And once that is complete, the bylaw must be passed by January 1st, 2026. or the appeal period and everything must be closed by January 1st, 2026.
Councillor Ferreira?
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for clarifying that. So from what my understanding, we have to have something here decided upon at council by the end of the year, and then we'll have, I guess, a full year, but not the full year for an appeal process. And we, after everything that we can't really foresee that may happen, we need to have that, I guess, the final decision by the end of the following year, 2026. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Ferreira. Councillor Hopkins?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the consultants for the update here and the upcoming public participation meetings. I think it's always an interesting conversation in the community when we look at boundaries and everyone and changes to our boundaries, and everyone has a certain perspective, and it is a great opportunity to create community engagement. So I really appreciate the work that's being done in our city on our review of our ward boundaries. I do want to follow up with a question that was sort of given from the public around Lambeth. And Lambeth is in Ward 9, and Ward 9 is the ward that I represent, and the importance of what I've heard through the engagement to date of the rural divide. And Ward 9 is rural and urban, and it's coming together. And a number of these options really look at changing that greater rural community. And I want to speak in particular to Lambeth. And one of the options, you are dividing Lambeth, and wanted to know why that was part of an option when communities are important. But I just wanted to give ask you a little bit more as to your process of coming up with these options with a rural lens to the, I think there's 3 options that we're looking at changing that rural divide. So if you could just give me a little bit more of your perspective there.
And just before I go to the consultants, I'm just going to ask all colleagues, because Councillor Hopkins, you mentioned there's a couple maps there. If there are particular preliminary option numbers that you can identify for the consultants, if you're raising a question around a specific map, I think that will help with the answers. So Councillor, can you reference the map numbers? 1, 2, and 3. So we'll go to our consultants now, Mr. Spicer and Mr. Williams, if you can provide some comment.
Sure, certainly happy to, Mr. Chair. I think that's a fantastic question, and the issue of rural London has emerged in some of our initial consultations. We have explored various options in which it would provide for putting most of rural London into a single ward. With that said, it is not always possible to afford for that. As Bob mentioned earlier, we're working with the guiding principles, which are sometimes in tension with each other. So as we are creating the maps, we're also thinking about population parity today and over time, along with communities of interest and natural boundaries. So it is a bit of a balancing act as we proceed. I'm not sure if my colleague would like to add to that at all.
Councillor Hopkins?
Yeah, I appreciate.
May I just jump in there
Oh,
quickly?
sure. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Mr. Williams.
Yeah, part of the point here is that these are options that try out different combinations, if you will. It was interesting to me that your citizen commentary early did not mention rural London, which on the map is a huge territory, not very many people, but part of our scenario was, can that be integrated into a map that otherwise deals with an urbanized community? And what we're looking at are possible ways to do that. Not definitive, but that's why we try it in different ways. Each change or each scenario involves ripple effects, if you will. So to create a large rural ward, as Zach just suggested, what might take up one of 14 wards, the other 13 are treated differently. If we try to take that area and place it in 2 or 3, then there's a little less room to maneuver elsewhere. So there's no one right answer, and that's part of what the community is going to be asked to respond to, what council will need to take into account when it finally comes to making a choice.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, I really appreciate your comments there and really looking forward to what the public thinks about these 4 options that you've given us. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hopkins. Looking for Councillor McAllister next.
Thank you, through the chair. I'm just hoping to use this opportunity to speak a bit more about the east. Like, I know, obviously we had to do shuffling for the northwest, but recognizing that resulted in, I would say, dramatic changes to the eastern wards. And I'm hoping that some of my colleagues on the east side will want to speak to this as well. For me, I'm referencing specifically options 1 and 3. So what I find interesting, and maybe the consultants can speak to this, but it was kind of new to me in terms of the incorporation of Old East into my area. It's not something I had previously heard about. I'm not sure what kind of feedback we got from the public, or if this was purely just based on a population incorporation, but I'm just, if the consultants can speak to that a bit more, recognizing too that one of the Mr. Warren also spoke about the composition of Glencairn and Pond Mills, and that is actually still divided, and in no option does it really combine. And then also just recognizing that I have that stretch between Wellington and Adelaide, which is always a community of interest that's felt a bit out of place. Some of them often refer to themselves as Old South adjacent, and they think are always trying to figure out where they fit. And so in each option, I was surprised that one remained, because I often hear that they feel more aligned to some of the more western wards. And not that, as was said, Adelaide is kind of often considered the boundary, but yeah, it is strange that one's still there. And then there is a little triangle between Hamilton and Gore that has a neighborhood of interest that's always kind of been in Ward 1. It's where East Park is. There's a little subdivision over there, and a lot of them kind of associate themselves more with Hamilton Road and the Fairmont area, and that is also put into the rural areas in all the scenarios. So just a few comments there. I'm curious to hear from the consultants, but also my colleagues from 2, 3, and 4, because there were some dramatic changes in the east as well.
Thank you, Councillor McAllister. And I'm going to look for other speakers, but I do have myself on the list. So since I don't have anyone else yet, I'm going to ask Councillor Rahman to take the chair, and I'll offer some comments.
Thank you. I have the chair. Go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor, for taking the chair for me here, and to our consultants for the work that's been done so far. I will say that when I look at these preliminary options, I will be honest, I would prefer us to have the option to narrow the scope at this point, but I know that that's not a recommended process. I think that a couple of the options before us really create a bit of background noise that is going to be, that we may spend a lot of time suggesting that these are not great options, rather than focusing on how to make a couple of the viable options maybe a little bit better. But that's just sort of comment in general. I don't think that having options where there are clear no's to meeting one of the 5 criteria really helps us garner good public feedback. And I would argue actually that particularly on option 2, from an East End perspective, communities of interest is actually a fail. I look at that map for option 2, and to draw a line down Wavell Street, which is not a natural boundary, and divide the Argyle neighborhood in half, right along there where their community center, which is really the heart of the community there. I think that's very divisive to a community of interest. And I would say similarly in map 4, the divide in the east really chops up communities of interest, particularly the Fairmont and the Argyle neighborhoods. Even in that map too, there's a suggestion that a portion of the Huron Heights area would become part of the Argyle area, and the same in option 4. And quite honestly, when you're up at Highbury and Huron, that neighborhood has no connection to the Argyle neighborhood. Really, it's 2 separate communities of interest, and it's really dividing one and putting another one that doesn't match up in together. I will say also, I want to echo what Councillor McAllister said. I think in the new proposed Ward 1s in option 1 and option 3, I think that stretch along Wellington Road probably is a better fit as part of Ward 14 with the general Wellington Road corridor, so that those folks are sort of together along what is going to be an area of heavy development with the rapid transit urban corridor there. And I would concur, actually having lived in that neighborhood in the Classic Drive East Park area, that certainly the Tweedsmuir Public School and the Fairmont neighborhood, they are much more closely aligned with the rest of Hamilton Road than they are with the Summerside neighborhood. So I think that's, certainly on the south side of Hamilton Road, I can see a little bit more connection across the river with the folks from Summerside, but on the north side, I think they very much align with the sort of Tweedsmuir Fairmont neighborhood. So I really am concerned, particularly in options 2 and 4, how we're carving up the East End and actually diluting the voices there. I do have a question through you, Madam Presiding Officer, as well, because I note in all of these, the total population includes an undercount of approximately 3% and includes 24,000 student population not captured in the census. This for me is a question of, so where are we allocating those students? Because they're not all Western students. They are spread across multiple wards. We hear consistently that more and more post-secondary students are not living on campus. They're living further and further away from campus. And so if we're allocating the bulk of them to campus, either Western or Fanshawe, I actually have concerns about that because I don't think it's reflective of the population where students are living today. So I'd like to know how the 24,000 student population is being allocated across multiple wards, because they are not a single ward population. And it seems to me, based on the numbers, the bulk of them are allocated to Ward 6.
Thank you. I'll go to our consultants on that, and you have just under a minute after.
Thank you very much for that question. I think we can definitely take this feedback back with us. It is valuable to us, and we definitely appreciate it. We are joined here today as well by Josh Valenti from Watson's, who can respond to the question about student population.
Thank you, Zach. Yeah, so we actually take that 24,000 and we have divided it both into on-campus, off-campus, for students both at Fanshawe and at Western across the city. And we do look at a process of, and our methodology utilizes census data, but also looks at census data where we have unoccupied dwelling units during that census period and have affiliated a number of those residents with student population, and then multiplied that by a student yield of what we expect in each of those student residents across the city. And yes, a majority of those are found around the Western and Fanshawe campuses, but there is a number of students that are attending both Western and Fanshawe that are residents of the City of London and are also captured within the census. So we are just looking at 24,000 outside of that number.
Thank you. Go back to the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. So I appreciate that. I feel like we're perhaps over allocating the student population to the Western campus and not enough diluted across the rest of the city. But I'm not an expert in statistics, so I appreciate the response there. I also wonder if there can be some comment on how we came up with what to me is an entirely new ward in Ward 4, and kind of broke the existing Ward 4 up and spread it out. Part of it goes to Ward 3, part of it goes to Ward 1, part of it goes to Ward 2. So how did we reach the creation of what seems to be an entirely new ward in the North End?
Thank you. I'll go back to our consultants. Not sure who wants to take that.
Could I clarify which option you're talking about, please?
Oh, yes, in 1 and 3, there's a brand new Ward 4, and what used to be Ward 4 has been divided up.
My assumption at the moment is that this is part of the arithmetic of distributing that heavy population and the growth that's expected along that northern fringe of the city, if you will, that trying to do the calculations and create equitable distribution of those residents across the various wards ended up requiring the creation of an additional ward in that area to deal with that population. And using the boundaries that were there, or the major arterials that were there, that's how that scenario came about. Zach, I don't know if you could add to that, or Josh.
No, that's pretty much what I was going to say as well. It's really an effort to try to balance some of the population growth up in that area.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, and I know I got about 12 seconds left, so really briefly, on that piece, it doesn't feel like the growth that I'm seeing at Planning Committee kind of matches up with that area of the city. So I'm just wondering through you, Madam Presiding Officer, if we know what the most recent sort of planning data from Mr. Mather's team has been provided to the consultants in terms of informing where the growth is happening. I certainly know the 8,400 units we just approved in what MAP 2 or 1 and 3 would propose as being part of Ward 2 will help with the population balance there, but I'm wondering about that new Ward 4 piece. And I don't know if the consultants or Mr. Mathers or both can provide a comment on that.
Thank you. I'll go to Mr. Mather and then to the consultants if they have anything to add. Go ahead.
Through the chair. So my understanding, and the consultant can correct me if I'm wrong, is that the projection that's being used to be able to provide the data, the growth data within this model, is the 2022 Watson projection that was approved by council, I believe, at the start of 2023. So that doesn't reflect any of the most recent planning changes and or any of the changes that have come out as far as the recent rezonings or in the last year.
Thank you. Final comment?
Yes, just a very quick final question, and I'm going to ask for maybe a 30-second lenience here. Some of us have shared these on social media already. Many of us are getting comments back by email on social media from our folks. And so while I appreciate the public engagement that the consultants are doing, a lot of the feedback is going to come through us. So I wonder if the clerks can indicate how we can provide emails, comments we're getting to them to synthesize into this process.
Thank you. That's your time, and I'll go to the clerk.
Thank you, through the chair. Any of the comments that you receive via social media or email could be sent to any of the project leads, Lyra Donna Rafuna or Jeannie Raycroft, and we will synthesize everything and provide that to the consultants.
Thank you. I will look to return the chair to you, Deputy Mayor, and I've got Mayor Morgan, Councillor Hilliard, Councillor Hopkins, and Councillor Stevenson on the list, and then myself.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer, and I'm just going to get you to repeat that list for me so I can't capture everyone.
Thank you, Mayor Morgan, Councillor Hilliard, Councillor Hopkins, Councillor Stevenson, then myself.
Okay, and we will go to Mayor Morgan next.
Thanks. I'll just provide some initial comments at the start of the process. First, I find it very interesting because I know previously when I was the Ward 7 councillor, I had lots of opinions on this. In fact, I pushed for a comprehensive ward boundary review that the rest of council resisted last term, but we made some small adjustments to some of the wards. And my main push on that was a desire for a level of effective representation. You know, at the time, representing a ward in the city that was almost double the smallest ward in the city seemed like a very significant challenge for, 40 some odd thousand people having to push their opinions through one elected representative, whereas in another part of the city, 20 some odd thousand individuals get to push their view through one elected representative. And I would say with that previous hat on, although I know that the new ward councillor or the current ward councillor can provide her own comments, I would have thought the naming of the ward would have been exceptionally difficult in Ward 7 because it'd probably have like an 8-part name to it, given there's about 8 or 9, maybe 10 communities of interest, depending on how you want to divide it within that part of the city. Which makes me think about like the fact that having a citywide perspective now, there's a whole lot of ways that we can do this, and there's a whole lot of ways that we can really grind it down to a street-by-street level. But for the most part, there isn't really a good way to balance all of these different pieces. So you've got to kind of work our way through a public process to land on a relatively acceptable structure that can be tweaked over time. The big concern that I would have at the start of the process is ensuring that we plan for the future and that there are modifications that can be made to the wards to accommodate possible rapid population growth, particularly under the context of the recent upzoning we did in certain parts of the city, which would concentrate population density in certain areas. And you certainly wouldn't want to be in a position 10 years from now to be where the current map kind of heads to, where you've got these grossly unbalanced wards. That being said, you know, communities of interest are important, and I know that there's always balance to that too. I actually was thinking when we talked about Lambeth, maybe if I lived in Lambeth, I'd want 2 ward councillors, because if I didn't like what one said, I might go to the other one, or maybe I'd have them both advocating for me. But then there's other parts of your ward that maybe draw you to that. At the end of the day, the responsibility of a ward councillor is to try to provide representation to everybody, whether they vote or not. But if they live in that area, try to do the best you possibly can. And over the years, I would have partnered with different ward councillors on different ward meetings, because, you know, on this issue, maybe Ward 7 and Ward 8 really were similar. We'd do a joint meeting. On another one around universities, it would be a Ward 7, Ward 6, Ward 5, maybe combination. And you know, some issues with trail systems and development in the very north of the city would be a Ward 7 and 5 issue together. So, you know, no matter what you land on, it'll be a good process. There will be wards in the future, and there'll be tweaks that you can make to it. But, you know, if we try to struggle to balance all of these things perfectly, I think it would be an endless process. So I would encourage people to do the best you can, consult and listen carefully, try to land it with relative balance, but recognize that if something isn't quite working, as long as the wards are structured relatively coherently and can be adjusted, that there's adjustments that can be made by subsequent councils. And the last piece that I think we should all enter this context with, including myself, is these aren't our wards. It's not my city, it's not your wards. It's the wards that the next elected representatives will represent. And people will choose under whatever ward boundaries we decide who those people will be, and they'll represent those wards well, I'm sure, because they'll have gone through an electoral process under the confines of those new wards. So, you know, hopefully it'll be lots of the same people. I like all of you. I'd like to come back one day. But at the end of the day, we're making a decision for a future iteration of council and for Londoners to be represented by whatever that composition of council is. And so, you know, our job to get it right and thoughtful is pretty important, but also, you know, we're not going to be able to balance all of these things perfectly. So I think we're at a great spot in the process. It's going to be very interesting to be a part of and of course, listen to the public on. And, you know, I appreciate the work that our consultants are doing. And again, my only concern at this point is how the current decisions we've already made from a planning perspective and a zoning perspective layer into the population projections that are being used in these particular maps.
Thank you, Mayor Morgan. Next on my speakers list, I have Councillor Hillier.
Thank you for recognizing me. Just listening to my colleagues speak and acknowledging what a problem it is when we start moving these lines around and trying to explain to people where they live in the city, in their wards. And I'm looking at the redraw on Ward 14 on preliminary auctions 1 and 3. And I do appreciate the inclusion of the rural areas because it makes it a lot easier for one councillor to handle the rural problems. But I'm looking at the northern boundary, and it's on Hamilton Road, and it's cutting a lot of neighborhoods in half. And I'm wondering if the consultant Watsons could consider using the river for the northern boundary of Ward 14. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hillier. Mr. Williams, did you want to comment on that? I saw your hand go up there.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, we'd be happy to consider any of those ideas. That's the point of this next round of discussion, hearing from members of council and the community to help us determine whether something like moving the line you just talked about can be helpful to preserving community of interest and how it ripples through everything else. And that's one of the dilemmas we have here. This is a very complicated geographic area, if I can put it that way. Finding the right lines to use, moving them to adjust to population means other things have to move. So I appreciate that those suggestions are there, and comment earlier about how we hear about that is going to be an important part of the next phase. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Councillor Hillier, did you want to continue or did you have anything else?
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's perfect.
And I have Councillor Hopkins again next.
Mr. Chair, I am on round 2 with my questions, so happy to give the floor to other councillors that have not spoken before I ask a question.
I appreciate that very much, Councillor Hopkins. So I will go to Councillor Stevenson and Councillor Rahman, but I will keep you on the list once we've gone through everybody the first time. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. Yes, when I looked here, the Ward 4, as I know it and love it, is pretty much obliterated in both option 1 and 2. And I did sort of intuitively know my ward might be more affected than others, given that we've got to move somewhere, right? I am a little concerned about that Carling Heights is chopped in half along Oxford. That is just something to know. So a lot of those streets continue north and south of Oxford, and it is a neighborhood community of Carling Heights there. Other than that, you know, as the deputy mayor said, a brand new Ward 4. So it's going to be an interesting sell and hearing what the public has to say, but I'm open to hearing that.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Just for colleagues' information, I have Councillor Rahman, Councillor Pribble, and Councillor Trussow who haven't spoken next, and then I have Councillor Hopkins for a second round. So Councillor Rahman, you are next.
Thank you, and through you. So I'll first start with some of my questions, and the deputy mayor hinted on some of these around the treatment of students. And I know that the consultants shared that they did the count based on residence spaces, as well as looking at where natural settlement patterns happen. I did the same, and I came to very different conclusions around numbers. So I'm wondering if we can dive deeper into that student count number, because I think it would be helpful for us to understand that treatment, even looking at polling exit data from 2022 at Western and looking at the breakdown of how many students resided in Ward 6 or voted for candidates in Ward 6 versus others also shows some differences in terms of settlement. And I think that that would be helpful to look at, as well as at Fanshawe and the changing demographics at Fanshawe across 2 campuses within the city. So I'm not sure if they can comment any further on that, but I would find that helpful.
Well, we can go back to them and see if they can provide a little bit more detailed information on that. And in particular, I think Councillor Rahman, you highlighted the fact that Fanshawe is now spread across multiple campuses, so how that's been accounted for?
Thanks, and through the chair, just to kind of follow up on that one, we did have conversations with both Western and Fanshawe admissions. We did have some conversations on those new campuses, especially the ones in the south on the Fanshawe. The numbers there, from a population point of view, are quite low. Enrollment's about, I think they were referred to it as about 2,000 on that campus. And much of those students are and may be located within that general vicinity, but are captured within the census data as well for that particular campus. So that's maybe where our numbers are in addition, is those students that we are capturing at Fanshawe and at Western that live across the city. There are a number of them that are captured within the census, and within those base numbers, we are layering on an additional 24,000 of non-census captured numbers as well. And those are typically the students that are there on a shorter term basis, or fewer months throughout the year, that would not be residing there during those summer census enumeration years. But happy to further these conversations if there are some numbers that the members here feel that may represent, we can compare those to ours and have those conversations furthermore as well.
Councillor Rahman?
Yes, thank you. Where I really struggle is that the June report that we received here to begin this process showed Ward 6 at about 23,000, showing at the lowest in terms of ward size. And then in this report now shows it at 43,000 in 2021. So that is quite a tremendous jump. And in that jump, it also then centralizes some of the changes. So that took place in what is Ward 7. So where Ward 7, part of Ward 7's population could have been absorbed partially by Ward 6, it is now restructured to be a Ward 7, Ward 5 composition. I would have liked to have seen an option that contained some of the sharing of redivision of Ward 7 into more of Ward 8 and Ward 6, because I do think there was some natural alignment in terms of residents and communities of interest between 6 and 7 more than 5 and 7. So I'm just wondering, from the feedback you received, being right now that Ward 7 has 49,000 residents, which is double our smallest ward almost at this point. I'm wondering how proportionally we went out for that information from a ward that has less representation right now at this table.
Thank you, Councillor Rahman, and we'll go back to our consultants for that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm a little unclear about the question, but I think you were sort of asking about the sort of feedback that we've received to date about that. We have heard from some of the public about the population figures, but with that said, one of our goals with this next round is to get feedback about proposed changes. So we hope that we expect to hear about that ward and others, but we'll have to see what we hear next week.
Well, and I think Councillor Rahman, and I'll seek some clarification for her on that, but how the number changed so radically from the June report to this report for one ward and that allocation of students, because we've been told it's actually being factored across the city, but the June report and this report don't align. Councillor Rahman, I won't count this as your time, but do you want to clarify if that was what you were looking for?
Yeah. So if you look at the June report, you look at the current report, population in Ward 6 changes dramatically as it relates to what I assume is mostly student count, and around Fanshawe, it's only 5,000, less than 5,000 student change.
Through you, Mr. Chair, my apologies to the councillor for misunderstanding the question. I'll defer to my colleague Josh Valenti from Watson's to respond.
Yep, and thanks, Zach, and through you, Mr. Chair, we do have about incorporated about 8,500 students or populations on the Western campus. So a big chunk of that is actually found within the Western campus for students. And then there is an additional 14,000 of off-campus Western students. And based on our analysis, majority are those, as noted, falling within Ward 6, but not all of them per se have been there. But those are some of the scalable numbers that we are working with of that 24,000. About, I think it was 22,000 and change of those are found within the Western realm of that off-campus and on-campus number. So quite a significant jump in population there.
Councillor Rahman?
Thank you. So again, I know I'm limited on time. I will say I did review Ottawa's ward boundary change and Guelph's ward boundary change as well to see and look at exactly how, excuse me, they treated their student populations as well. And I see this as a unique treatment. And I do see that, in my opinion, looking at it, it significantly impacts the way that Ward 7 is split in this new proposal. So I have grave concerns about community of interest staying together. I have concerns that the part of the city that is also going to face a federal change in boundary is now also facing a significant change in boundary in this part of the city, which does not in tune align with the change federally either. So now, again, from a voting perspective, in 2025, when if they have the federal election as so intended, then there is the possibility that, again, they're voting in an all-new ward, and then again, they'll be voting in a ward that is very off the mark from that federal ward, and a different provincial ward because the provincial ward stays the same. So we talked about school boards keeping in line with the changes at the municipal level, but yet in terms of representation, we've also not looked to align with our federal and our provincial partners where there's possibility, especially when it comes to community of interest. So I do find that interesting as well. I have shared my concerns that Ward 7 in the proposed map 1 and 3 puts a lot of new residents all in one area with very little connection to older established neighborhoods, which from an advocacy perspective makes advocacy challenging, especially when they have things like new community centers, new libraries, and other new resources that are needed direly. And before, we're able to pool their advocacy together with some of the older established neighborhoods, which were also seeking these types of benefits, but now would be separated. So those are my concerns. I hope to hear from residents and look forward to the feedback. One more thing on development, I will say. Looking at the approvals that we made, I made a map marking off all of the approvals that have happened since 2022 to now in Ward 5 and Ward 7, which are significant. We've got a number of new subdivisions coming in. We have a number of approvals that have happened, and I do not see that same in the new allocated Ward 4, but the population shows that it would see sustained growth. So I'm not sure where those projections are coming from, and I know that they don't align with our 2022 to 2024 projections. So I hope that there's a way that we can actually work in some of the development applications and changes that we've made through planning into the restructuring of this as we move forward.
Thank you, Councillor Rahman. And moving on, Councillor Pribble, you are next.
Thank you. I might as well just follow up on what my fellow Councillor Rahman just said. I have majority of the proposed 4 now, and I would tend to agree that, again, those numbers seem to me quite high in terms of what we have, and currently 5 and 7 north of Sunningdale, upcoming huge, quite large developments. But I just want to go kind of to the beginning. So we started to look at this because what we said is that it's kind of the effective representation and have each ward to have a very similar number of residents. It certainly is not the one that we are going to look at only. And again, if you look at what the residents already said, that communities of interest is actually their #1 priority. But I just want to let you know, if we, and please, the consultants, if you want to make any comments. And I do realize that our population is growing, so the differences potentially will be larger. But option 1, so currently we have 18,000, the biggest difference, which we kind of decided we need to address it. Option 1, if we go with your projections, 25, 30, 35, option 1, 18,000 difference, 16,000 difference, 21,000 difference. Option 2, 10, 12, 15. Option 3 is the closest one, 7, 7, 10. Option 4, 9, 5, 10, which would be close in terms of the representation. But again, even the consultants are saying communities of interest is a big no. So I'm just trying to figure out here what brought us to this, to realign, and then the proposal coming out from the consultants is not much far off what we wanted to address. So if I can have any comments from the consultants, please.
And Mr. Spicer or Mr. Williams, did you have any comment to that?
I'll start off on that if I may, Mr. Chair. We did not come in with the idea that your current system is completely broken. There are a number of features of it that still apply, that are still valid. So we're not talking about a complete rebuild. We're not talking about erasing everything and start over again. There are some things that we would want to keep. And I think the first option is, I think, referred to as a kind of minimal change. We've heard this before. People get confused about what wards they live in. Well, this would be a way to minimize those while still addressing some of those shortcomings that we identified. Not going to be perfect. We've heard that several times. Trying to balance off the principles as best we can. And each of those scenarios will have a slightly different mix of those things, community of interest versus natural boundaries versus growth and so forth. So in the end, there's no one obvious solution as far as I can see, given that we're hearing from some of you that it's the population parity and others that it's community. And that's the prerogative of council to decide which of those directions it would like to go. Our hope is that not when we come to the final recommendation, that both will be viable, both will be an improvement, but they'll be different. And council will have to decide, listening to fellow colleagues, listening to the community, which of those take precedence, and we will do our best to address some of these kinds of concerns after we hear this consultation from the community. Zach, do you want to add?
Councillor Pribble? Or sorry, Mr. Spicer, did you want to add to that before we go back to the councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have nothing more to add.
Councillor Pribble?
Thank you. I just want to reiterate kind of the numbers and think about all of us councillors, the reason why we started to address this issue and to look what's in front of us. But the most important thing is whatever we are going to propose to go forward is going to be the feedback of the 500,000 of Londoners. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pribble. I also have a bit of a growing list here. I have Councillor Trussow next, and then Councillor Pelosa, and I still have Councillor Hopkins for a second round. So Councillor Trussow, I have you next, sir.
Thank you very much. And given the fact that any elector in the city, once we pass our bylaw, can challenge that at the board, I'd like to ask the consultants, do you feel as if any of the four options present more of a risk of being challenged and potentially overturned?
Well, let's ask Mr. Spicer or Mr. Williams about that.
Councillor, I would not suggest that any of them are more likely to reach that category. Our goal, maybe it's optimistic, maybe it's pie in the sky, is that whatever we propose would be defensible. Again, determining which of those principles, for example, takes precedent. We would not knowingly bring to council a plan that we believed would be invalid in front of the Ontario Land Tribunal. That's part of what this next round is about. And we've made this point before, that these four options are there for discussion to help us work out some of these priorities and to address some of these shortcomings that members of council have identified today in the community. So I can't say unilaterally that one of them is going to create a bigger risk. As you just said, it only takes one person. So we're not going to be able to anticipate who might take umbrage at some particular part of this plan. And our goal is to make sure that if indeed that happens, what you have in your bylaw is a defensible scenario in the light of the principles that we're working with.
And we'll go back to Councillor Trussow. And Councillor Trussow, can I ask that you just turn your camera on while you're speaking, please?
Yes, I'm sorry. Let me
Thank you. Go ahead. Oh, now we have you on mute, Councillor. So we can see you, but now we can't hear you. Still no sound, Councillor. Oh, there we go.
I don't want to be dismissive of the really good work that you've predominantly done here, but I have to say, I cannot understand how my neighborhood in Broughdale goes through Adelaide, goes through Highbury, and goes all the way over to Clark Road. And could you just try to explain to me what the rationale is for that kind of, I'm going to call it a spaghetti ward, to be, and I say that with all respect, that's the term of art. How is that defensible?
Sorry, Councillor, can you just refer to the map number you're talking about? I think I know, but I don't want to presume that it's map 2.
It's 4.
Or 4, sorry. And you're talking about what would be numbered Ward 8 in that map, correct?
That's correct.
So we'll go to our consultants for that with respect to the ward in option 4 that's labeled as Ward 8.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, through you. Appreciate the comments. And this is precisely what this report is intended to generate, discussion. What we were trying to do with option 4 is to provide for better population parity moving out towards 2030 and 2034. What we note in the reports and in our presentation today is that that creates less success with some of the other principles, including in this case communities of interest. But we appreciate that feedback. That's what this phase is intended to do. We'll certainly take that back. So thank you very much, Councillor.
Councillor Trossow?
Yes, thank you. And I think for today, I'm going to leave it at that, because if I understand it, we're not going to be eliminating any of the options at this meeting, and that will come later. But I don't think that option 4 is sustainable, and I will be advocating that it be removed at some point or substantially changed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Pelosa, I have you next. Just before I go to Councillor Pelosa, I have been asked, I did plan for a break at 4:30 for colleagues. There will be some food in the Councillors Lounge and an opportunity for a bio break at 4:30. So I just want to let folks know that is the plan on or around, because if we're in the middle of an item, we'll finish the item before we take our break. Councillor Pelosa.
Thank you, as that was the question I texted you privately, so great that we all know the answer now. And we will diligently wrap things up to an acceptable point for 4:30. A couple comments and then a question. Just in regards to option 4, I know some community of interests are divided. Just this option really does split down Upper Queen Street and through White Oaks down a street, neighborhood streets, cutting everyone in half. That'd be my concern. I know as we discussed this last term of council and this term, in regards to those of us who do have a rural area that we represent, having those concerns of, are you better that someone, will say, specializes in rural area concerns and brings those forward? Or are we better that several of us shoulder residents in rural areas so we have different voices raising concerns and potentially advocating together with different perspectives for those residents? I would say that I would also apply to some of these map options for the downtown area. Are we better that one person specializes and raise that voice, or multiple people come to the table with different perspectives representing different sections of the core? So I'm along for the ride. We'll see where this goes with public feedback. Encourage residents to get out, as I know the public engagement session I attended in the past, I had a great conversation, which I appreciated with the presenters, but little public involvement in person. So hoping this next round, as we get closer to a decision point, garners more public interest. My question follows up on a point that I was also wondering, along with Councillor Rahman, in regards to, it's on page 244 for anyone interested, and it was just saying that these forecasts show the pattern of population imbalance present in 2025 and that they're maintained or worsened by 2035. As we look at the population growth projection numbers, realizing the plan before us should serve us for ideally multiple election cycles, does our partners simply grow the numbers that we have based on their alignments, as to I have extra road filling in, as they were ball diamonds and it's just concession after concession now filling in with homes? Does this plan take in consideration any of the planning applications that we have approved at council over the timeline, realizing we don't necessarily know when shovels are going to be in the ground? We can't force that, though we request it. Do you have access to the information, or have any of it been taken into consideration through these numbers and forecasting?
Mr. Williams or Mr. Spicer, did you want to speak to or Mr. Valente, if you want to speak to the planning approvals that are coming fast and furious and their inclusion or not in the plan here?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I can start off by saying we have the municipal-wide forecast numbers as provided through that 2022 report. Those numbers do look at where, or the volume and number of units that are to be prepared or to be developed over X amount of years. Some assumptions, yes, are in place. We do look out in 5-year increments, but we do take into account what level and what stages of these development applications are in and make some assumptions on where they may fall within those 5-year buckets. Beyond that, we also do have the lower level, sub-geographic level data prepared through the work that the city does. And that has been utilized here in this regards and does have some account for those applications through the planning process, from an understanding of when they believe they are going to be developed, give or take. It's not an exact science on when those plans may come to fruition, but our best estimate and best guesses are included in these projections on location and timing. And Bob, I see you have something to add there as well.
And if I may, in response to an earlier question about deadlines and times for approval, clearly we have to have a.
Sorry, can we just finish with the topic at hand
Sorry.
before we go back into a past question that was asked by somebody else?
Well, I think that it may be germane to what you're saying, so I just want to let.
Okay, if it's germane, yes,
Yeah.
I just don't want to, I got a question follow-up for staff after this.
Mr. Williams?
Yeah, I was simply going to say that clearly we have to have a cutoff date to say these are the numbers we have based on what Mr. Valenti just talked about as of, I don't know, November 30th or what, 2024. We'll have to work with what we know or believe is in place at that date and move forward. That should be obvious, but if things start to come on in 2025, I don't believe that we would necessarily want to go back and redo all of this in the light of those decisions. We have to work with a deadline.
Councillor Pelosa?
Yes, I would assume that was a given since this decision point would be made prior to those numbers. My question through you is, having heard the concern from multiple councillors and our partners' comments, through you to staff, any staff, is there any more relevant information or details that council might have excluded in direction that could be provided, or numbers that could be released that we haven't directed to be released? Just making sure that everyone at the table is dealing with the best information possible, that council could have made a different decision to help inform decision-making.
So I'm not sure who might want to field that, if there's anything at all, but I'll go to Ms. Datersbeer to start.
I'm happy to be the any other staff. Thank you, through the chair. I think what you're suggesting, if I get this correct through the chair again, is that you're looking to see if there's any other additional population information or anything else that we would have that could influence this. I think off the top, I would say anything that we have, any additional information, we'll be sure the consultants get. But right now, I don't have anything to share, but we'll make sure that they have the most up-to-date information.
I don't want to interject on your behalf, Councillor Pelosa, but I think in addition to because we've heard a lot about planning applications that we've been approved, and of course, to everyone, and especially Mr. Mather's team, tremendous numbers this year. But I think what Councillor Pelosa might be asking about is things like the vacant land needs assessment, what lands might be serviced or potentially serviced with any adjustments to the urban growth boundary, any sorts of things like that, or perhaps even how the MMP might influence growth patterns. But I know that might be a lot of crystal balling. But Councillor Pelosa, was that sort of the any other data you were thinking of?
Yeah, it kind of encapsulated both. Just sometimes there's things in works behind the scenes about servicing. Just if this plan is the plan that's gonna, for consulting, that's gonna service for multiple years in elections, just if we know that stuff is coming in the pipeline, that even the consultants be given a heads up about it, just if the information's available. And I know sometimes that council's the barrier, that we didn't say release it or engage, so we don't.
Well, let's see if Mr. Mathers can expand on his earlier answer for us.
Through the chair. So if a couple pieces I think that are kind of germane to this discussion, as I mentioned previously, the Watson projections were used as the basis of this forecast, which for the purposes, we'd be using this for some of the other work we're doing. But I will flag that we have been asked by council to use the Ministry of Finance projections as far as our newest land needs assessment. There's also last week a new version of those forecasts came available. They will be coming likely every year, so it will be a hard thing to try to keep up with if you're doing a project like this. But I will highlight that if you're looking for trying to incorporate our land needs studies results in this work, that will take several more months. So we're looking at coming back in December with some proposed total land needs values, but you're not going to have a map to be able to use and allocate those lands to until well into 2025, into the first quarter of 2025. So you won't be able to meet this deadline if you're looking at using some of the newest data.
Councillor Pelosa, you're good? Okay. So I am coming back now to Councillor Hopkins for your second go.
Thank you. My question was very similar to Councillor Pelosa, and thanks for everyone for giving more information back to us. Maybe just to add to that conversation, as we're looking at projections, making assumptions, anticipated growth for 2035, would there be opportunities, if we've got it wrong, to make adjustments before then to the ward boundaries?
So I'm going to go to the clerks for that because, as the mayor alluded to, there was actually minor adjustments made in the last term of council. So perhaps we can get the clerks to respond.
Through the chair, yes, that is a possibility. We also do have a council-approved policy that we regularly review our ward boundary reviews to make our ward boundaries to make sure that they are still applicable and relevant to the city. So we will be undertaking that work on a regular basis.
Councillor?
No.
Okay, I have no other speakers on the list. And seeing none with that pregnant pause to see if anybody else wanted to get back on, I am going to ask the clerk to open the vote on this.
Councillor Trossel?
Yes.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues, and thank you, Mr. Spicer and Mr. Williams and Mr. Valente for your time today. I know we kept you a little while, but providing those comments and asking our questions, I think was helpful to both council and I hope was helpful to you as well as you move on to the next phase. And I know I look forward to seeing you next week at East Lyons Community Center when you're in my ward. I will be sure to come out and listen as well. Colleagues, moving on, our next item on the agenda is another public participation meeting. This is with respect to the 2025 water and wastewater rates. And I am going to look for a motion to open the public participation meeting, moved by Councillor Rahman and seconded by Councillor Cuddy. And we'll ask the clerk to open the vote on that.
Councillor Trossel? Calling Councillor Trossel one more time. Marking Councillor Trossel as absent. Closing the vote, motion carries 14-0.
Thank you, colleagues. So for those in the gallery, if you're here to speak to the water and wastewater rates for 2025, now is the time to make your way to a microphone. I know that is probably the most exciting topic on our agenda today and why you're all here. But in all seriousness, I don't have anyone online and I don't see anyone in the gallery moving to a microphone. So I will look for a motion to close the PPM, moved by Councillor Lehman and seconded by Councillor Hopkins. And I will ask the clerk to open the vote.
Trossel votes yes.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
And now I look to colleagues to see if someone's ready to put the staff recommendation on the floor. Councillor Frank and Councillor Pelosa, seconds. Any discussion? Seeing none, then I will ask the clerk to open the vote.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Thank you, colleagues. Moving on, we have the next item on our agenda is a delegation at our request from Chief Trong and members of his team. So we're going to invite them to come to the podium now. And while they are just getting set up, I want to preface for colleagues again with respect on this item and going back to the original motion and communication from Councillor Pelosa. The chief is here today to provide us an update on policing. So I just want to caution colleagues, this is not a budget debate. Budget questions I will rule out of order. We have a budget process that starts again in just a couple of weeks, and that's when Councillor Pelosa's rubbing her temples with the thoughts of the budget process starting in a couple of weeks, but that is the time and place for questions on the budget. The purpose of the delegation today was to update us on policing matters and progress made by the chief since he was last before us and since the budget was approved. So, and I know that colleagues all received a communication from the Police Services Board and their chair with some of the data that was provided to the board approximately a week ago with response times and items like that listed. And that is really the context of what we're here to hear from the chief today. Chief, I know there was a request for a little bit of extra time, so we've got 10 minutes set aside for you to do your presentation, and then we'll have some question and answer with you. So when you're ready to start, please go ahead. And if I can ask, if you want to introduce your team that's with you today, as I know not everybody may know your deputies, and I know some of the questions might go to them, so if you'd like to introduce your team to start us off.
Thank you, sir. And thank you to this committee, members of council, your worship, Morgan, for having us here today. I'm unfortunately, Deputy Chief McSween is unavailable to attend today, and Deputy Chief Guilford, who is also out of town. But with me today is Deputy Chief Paul Bastien, Superintendent Ryan Scrivens, and Samantha Santos, my EA. From time to time, you may hear from either of those senior officers to provide some answers should I not be able to answer some of your questions. I just want to remind this committee that the budget was approved 7 months ago. And from the moment we hire a police officer, you're looking at between 8 to 10 months from the moment we hire them before we can get them on the street for independent patrol. And in that regard, when they're on the street, finally after 8 to 10 weeks, they're still not experienced. So I just want to reframe that and just to make sure that this committee understands that piece. Last year, some of the big issues in this community that we've heard and that we were trying to address is call response times, the increase in specifically gun and gang violence in the city, the safety on our streets and our roads, police visibility in our community, open drug use, and the issues that arise that are affecting this community and our local businesses with our unhoused populations. So those are just some of the big issues and the concerns that we have been trying to address, and that came directly from this community. And I want to thank members of council and this committee for supporting the police budget, because very necessary for us to try and address these concerns for this community. And the only way we can address community safety and making sure that we do our part for community safety and well-being is to first look at our organization from a different lens and look at what we need to change. Because what we did identify is that we had not modernized at the level we should have. The city had grown rapidly and the police service did not grow with it. And it involved a lot of modernization and different ways of doing things. Our service delivery model was the same that we have been doing for the last 30 years, which translates into the significant delays in call response times and that has impacted this community. One of the things that we really did and put at the front of our organization was investing in our people and investing in our people to make sure that they put the community at the front of everything that we do. We've changed our organization vision, our values to put the community at the heart of everything we do. And from a strategic lens and a leadership lens, we've embedded everything that we do to ensure that we're thinking about the community. I'm going to draw your attention to your screens, and I'm going to go through some highlights of the report that you already had and just highlight some areas for your understanding to give you an update on what has been happening this past year and from year to date. One of the things that we have been doing differently is we've divided to meet our strategic plan. There's 3 priorities for us: organizational wellness and performance, community trust, and community safety. The 3 priorities that we've refocused are very important to the success of community safety and achieving community safety and well-being in this community. So we started using data to help support our decision making, and what we were never tracking before was hotspot categories with respect to the community, hearing from yourselves as representatives of the communities, as counselors, listening to and hearing some of your complaints that your constituents had. We started tracking areas within your ward that are complaints specifically from a community lens. So we started tracking hours of our police members being in certain areas where the community had identified as a complaint area. So the mere fact that we're tracking now community-based complaints, and we're also tracking police presence in areas where there's high harm, where there's sudden surges in criminal activity that is occurring, in addition to areas where we're identifying property crimes occurring. That's allowing us to make informed decisions and adjusting what we need to do to deter and prevent crime. And I can tell you the statistics and the metrics that we have is from the beginning of the year to the end of July. For consistency purposes, that's where we had landed when I provided an update to our board. From a community trust perspective, one of the ways to increase our trust within the community is to make sure that we are in the community and with the community and learning from the community. Not only are we tracking community events that our members attend, our officers attend, and our leadership now, you'll see a sudden increase with police engagement in the community. We're tracking how many interactions we have. So if you're attending an event where there's 5 community members, that is important, but it's also important to attend community events where there's 1,000 members. There's significant impact there, and our conduct within the community is very important. From an organizational wellness perspective, one of the things we looked at was the performance of our organization, and one of the measures is police complaints. These are specifically service complaints that we receive as a police organization. And in all of last year, we had 65 service complaints. That's an increase from the previous year in 2022 with 44 service complaints. The data that we have year to date, we have 16 complaints versus 65 of all of last year. That's a 57% decrease in service complaints that we have. I'm sharing this information with you, letting you know that we are progressing well. There's so much more work to do from an overall perspective. The Crime Severity Index is not the only way you measure crime or determine safety within a community. It is just one tool, one way to assess and to measure the amount of crime that's happening in the city. And what I will highlight is for 10 years, this community has never been below the national average or the provincial average of crime severity index across Canada. We've never been below it. In 2023, the statistics have just come out mid this year by Statistics Canada. And for the first time in 10 years, we've actually dropped in crime severity index by 14% below the national average. That's very good for our organization. That's very good for the people that live here, that play here, that pray here. It's showing that we are moving in the right direction. And what I will highlight is that this is the largest decrease in crime severity index in the country. Most municipalities have increased across Canada, while London has decreased. Our response times have increased for the last 4 and 5 years in every category. If we look at the trending response times for this year, up until the end of July, for the first time in 4 and 5 years, we're actually decreasing Code 1 response times, Code 2 response times, and Code 3 response times. And again, I'll highlight there is much, much work to do here, but this is the first time in 4 and 5 years where we're actually reducing the call response times.
And Chief, I'm going to get you to pause there for just a moment. Colleagues, we've only got about 25 seconds left of the 10 minutes. I'm looking to see if there's a motion to extend an additional 5 minutes. And I see Councillor Ferreira and Councillor Pelosa both moving that. So we will just quickly in eScribe have a vote to provide a 5-minute extension.
Thank you, Chair. I'll also highlight some initial.
We'll just get you to, we just actually have to vote on it, so we'll get you to.
My apologies.
Oh, Chief, can you just turn off your mic for a second, the clerk?
Councillor Trossow? Councillor Trossow?
Trossow votes yes.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Okay, Chief, if you want to resume, and you've got about 5.5 minutes. So if you're ready, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. And just a couple of some updates in some of our initiatives. Violence against women and girls, hate crimes, and alternative responses to mental health calls are some, not all of our initiatives that we're working towards improving and increasing. We have a new gender-based violence and femicide strategy that we will implement and that is ever evolving. With hate crimes, we want to make sure that there's better pathways to report and, of course, increasing trust within this community and marginalized and diverse communities is very important to ensure that community members can come forward and report. Alternative responses to mental health calls. Some of the areas that we're researching and we're looking to implement in the next several months is mental health workers and experts, embedding them into our 911 call dispatch center. We're looking at opportunities to partner up, very similar to the COAST team, with nurse police teams. Some great research and some pilot projects that came out of Windsor and are now being also looked at in Toronto. We've had some really great discussions with David Mouche from LHSC and the president and CEO of CMHA, Pam, and her last name is slipping me, so my apologies there. So there's a lot of interest in changing and adjusting and finding alternative models. From a road safety perspective, our enforcement has increased significantly year to date, and it's boding very well as from these statistics, we're trending to reduce the number of fatal motor vehicle collisions on our roads. And there's a lot of great work being done. We intend to do a lot more work in this area with changing and adjusting our road safety strategy. We're really utilizing data to help us and inform our decision-making processes. And then shootings last year, we had, in all of 23, we had 27 shootings. Previous year, 24 shootings. And 2021 was the deadliest year that we've seen in this community with 28 shootings. So significant concerns in this community. This was a big priority for our organization in the last year. And I can tell you from this data, from the end of July, we had reduced shootings by 85%, and year to date from July, that number was 4. So all in all, these are some of the metrics that we have that I'm sharing with this committee. I will say that the biggest challenge with change is moving in the right direction. That's the biggest challenge, and there's been a lot of challenges that our organization has had to endure and face with change, but we're moving in the right direction because at this point, I feel we have tremendous leadership. I have a tremendous senior leadership team, and really the hard work and the metrics that I'm reporting to you is a result of the hard work that the frontline members, both civilian and police, sworn police, civilian police professionals, and sworn members that they do each and every day. So I am happy to report the direction we're moving. I will say there is so much more work to do, and subject to any questions, Chair.
Thank you, Chief. We appreciate that very much. And so I'm going to look for a motion to receive, and once that's on the floor, then we can open the floor to questions. So moved by Councillor Frank and seconded by Councillor Lehman. So we have a motion to receive the Chief's update on the floor, and now we can open the floor to questions from colleagues. So I'll look to start a speakers list. Councillor Frank.
Thank you, and I appreciate the presentation. I'll hop right onto my crowdsourced question since we get 5 minutes, and I don't want to use up too much with pleasantries, although I want the record to show I can be quite pleasant usually. So the first question is, can you share the following stats, given that LPS is tracking them? The number of UCR code calls involving mental health issues relevant to police?
Chief?
Yes, I can do that, and I'd be happy to provide written correspondence in an official manner to this committee for accuracy purposes. But I can tell you on a daily basis, our officers on average encounter 17 mental health related calls every day. That's on average, it's about 17.
Councillor?
Oh, let me correct that, sorry. 14.
Counselor. Oh, Chief, your mic.
Thank you. And then I won't go, I've got 4 other ones, but they're all stats. So maybe I'll email you afterwards and ask for those. Or I could keep asking, I suppose. Number of people on the frequent caller list.
Chief.
Thank you for that question. I can tell you in 2023, the number was 99, and I can tell you the year before was about 120, roughly. So the frequent caller list, and by definition, that is, for us, that is an individual contacting the police or police engagement with at least 3 or more times in a single month. So our COAST program is proving to be very beneficial here, because last year we had 99 and the previous year we had close to 120 individuals.
Counselor?
Thank you. And I'm just confirming you're tracking my speaking time, right, Chair?
Yes.
Excellent. Total hours spent by police on mental health calls.
Chief?
I will get you this accurate information, but I will tell you on average, I can tell you with an apprehension, our officers are dealing with 14, on average, 14 mental health related calls a day. Of the 14, roughly 4 or more on average are Mental Health Act apprehensions. On average, a Mental Health Act apprehension is a little over 10 hours. So I'll do the math and I'll make sure our business analytics unit gets you that information.
Counselor Frank.
Thank you. And then, oh no, you already answered it. It's great. Perfect. Next question. How will traffic enforcement continue to be improved and addressed? What alternative strategies are being employed to reduce fatal MVAs within the city? And are police officers exempt from following the rules of the road, for example, pursuing somebody and then doing an illegal U-turn?
Chief.
So there's a couple questions there. So let me start with police officer exemptions. There's provisions under the Highway Traffic Act for first responders and police officers who are exempt from certain rules of the road, and that there's requirements for the officers to be in the course of their duty and have their emergency lights activated upon doing so. With respect to traffic enforcement, can you just repeat that, Counselor?
Counselor Frank?
Yes, so how will you continue to improve traffic enforcement?
Chief.
Thank you. I can tell you right now, from a strategic level, we're making decisions based on data, and we're making decisions also based on the community. So I'll give you an example. When you have a fatal motor vehicle collision, typically what police do and what police officers do is shut down the roads and shut it down for the shortest amount of time, but trying to do a very thorough investigation. Should the investigation lead to criminal charges, we want to make sure that we present the most compelling case to the Crown. That has always been the focus. Thorough, proper investigation, shutting down the roads so that officers can conduct that investigation. What we look at fatalities now or motor vehicle collisions now, we look at it in the same lens. We try to reduce the amount of time that the roads are closed because it's impacting the community. We try to ensure we leverage technology to assist us and support us in doing this. But we're also looking at location and the data and the prevalence of motor vehicle collisions that are occurring at that intersection. We're looking at time of day. We're also looking at, with collisions overall, what is the predominant driver action? And we know from 2023, most of the collisions that occur is from the driver operating in a forward fashion. That leads us to look at why those collisions are occurring. Distracted driving, speeding. The environment from last year, what we looked at the data, it's not necessarily from driving conditions or the environment, it's driver error. So when you look at data in that fashion, we know it's forward the driver is driving forward. So that helps us make strategic decisions on enforcement to prevent this from happening again. So we're looking at things differently from a traffic enforcement perspective. We're looking at it leveraging data to help inform our decisions. And the other thing that we're doing is, as much as there's a need and a expectation for police to conduct enforcement, we also look at a prevention piece. So when we look at it for prevention piece, what does that look like from communications? What does that look like, how to partner with the community to prevent? We're looking at it from a totally different lens than what we used to do from traditional policing. And I can tell you, our enforcement strategy entails also our new service delivery model. It'll allow not just the traffic management officers to conduct traffic enforcement and prevention in that regard, but once we implement the new service delivery model, it'll allow the officers on the road to actually do traffic enforcement. You probably have already, and I hope that you've already seen some increase in traffic enforcement and visibility, but I can tell you, the plan to change the service delivery model, it will take 2 years, and that was written into the 4-year multi-year budget. I appreciate that this community deserves excellent policing. I appreciate that the community wants better policing. We're all there for you. All I'm asking here is that the community know that our officers are really doing their best, and we're actually moving the needle quite a bit. So our enforcement strategy will continue to evolve.
Councillor Frank, who I will confirm from my almost a year on planning committee is pleasant to deal with.
Perfect. And thank you for answering these rapid fire questions. So the next one, how much of the annual budget is spent on officers who are on paid suspension because they've been charged with a crime?
Chief.
Thank you for the question. To my recollection, there are 4 officers suspended. 2 are suspended without pay and 2 are suspended with pay.
Councillor.
Thank you. And then another question, you kind of mentioned in your presentation, but I was interested in learning a bit more about your efforts to embed mental health care into some of the police response. Could you speak a little bit more about that and perhaps the street nurse program?
Chief.
Thank you for the very interesting questions. We know that we're receiving calls for service. There's a good portion of those calls are mental health related calls. We also know that our leadership, our positioning as the police service in this community is really to restore the quality of life for the community here. We are police officers. We are not mental health experts. We are not experts in all the social pieces here. We need for us to get back to law and order, to make sure that people who live here, play here, work here, pray here are safe, and we cannot do it alone. So we need expertise, we need the community. We are constantly looking at opportunities to partner with the community for community safety and well-being. One of these areas is in our communications centers. Our communications operators, call takers, dispatch, they're under a lot of stress. There is significant stress when you get critical 911 calls. That individual or that police professional receiving that, the call taker receiving that call could go from a very stressful situation to a different situation where it's a caller in need or a caller that's in crisis, that we can offload that call, we can offload that volume to a mental health professional. So next year, we're hoping to embed our operations center. Right now, we have plans for 4 for mental health experts and members of the community to work alongside with us as a pilot. And so we can evaluate and look at embedding them in with us together. So that's one way. There's a few jurisdictions that have different variations that have been proven pretty good. Ultimately, where I would like to see us go, any calls that are not police related, just completely divert so that our police officers can do what we need to do and let the experts deal with what they need to do. The nurse police teams in Windsor has been really, I would say, a model that other police services are looking at, and it's large in part, I'll give credit to David Mouche and Chief Belair from Windsor. What they have done there is full partnership where it's very similar to Coast. So our opportunity would be to move resources and put resources, pairing them up with an actual nurse from LHSC. And that nurse in and of itself, there's data out there in Windsor where police, a combined response, actually reduced the number of emergency room visits and times. That'll also allow us to, when we make mental health act apprehensions, and when we're making a mental health act apprehension, I need to be very clear in those apprehensions. And again, on average, we do 4 of them a day. And on average, it's over 10 hours from start to finish on that call. Officers are typically waiting 4 to 8 hours at the hospital before the hospital can accept them. The nurse police team will reduce that time. That'll allow us, that's part of the, Counselor, that's part of the whole service delivery model change that we're going to do, because that's an area where resources are being drawn and officers are being stuck at the hospital. We are very optimistic with David Mouche here, and he is aligned with us, and I'm very confident that we're going to be able to have something very similar that Windsor has. Not all of it will work here, but we're going to look at refining it to make it work for this community. That team will also allow us to have the ability for when we have individuals in our care and our custody, have the ability, the flexibility for that team, that nurse to come assess within our own police service, something that we don't have right now. Anytime there's anything of medical concern, our officers have to trigger bringing that person into custody to the hospital. So that's one way we're going to be able to reduce call response times and actually provide better service to the community.
And I'll go back to Councillor Frank, and I will confess that I didn't stop the timer while the chief was answering, so I'll be checking with the clerk on your time, but you had some left, so go ahead.
Thank you. And I really look forward to all of that. That sounds amazing. So thank you for pursuing that. Next question. How is the LPS accountable to AODA, and what complaint mechanisms exist for members of the public who experience substandard delivery with police services for people with disabilities?
Thank you for that question. So there's a mechanism to report any service complaints that members of the community have endured or are facing. There's a process for that through the law enforcement's complaints agencies. It's also an opportunity for them to contact us directly and let us know of any concerns. We actually want to know those concerns. As far as my understanding, I believe we're in AODA compliance, and if there's an individual or a community member that has identified how we can do better, I welcome their input and their address to, they can send to the office of the chief a message, and or they can go through the law enforcement complaints agency, and we'll address that.
Councillor Frank.
Thank you. I'll pass that along. And just so folks know, I did a bit of crowdsourcing on my social media, so these are not all my questions. They are questions from residents. A follow-up, or not related at all to that, but for example, if Remembrance Day and other organizers of protests or large-scale events have to pay for policing, why isn't Western University paying for policing during homecoming?
So, Counselor, I'm gonna actually say that that's not a question I would expect the chief would be able to answer. I think if you want a response to that, that would need to be directed to the board chair. It's more related to how they allocate budget resources. I certainly have heard that question asked for a decade or more in this city, but I don't think that we can actually ask the chief. I think that's more of a policy and budget question that you'd have to direct to the board chair. However, a member of the board has his hand up, so we will go to Mayor Morgan to get a response there.
Oh, I'm not speaking on behalf of Western's Board of Governors in any sort of way. I'm speaking because I actually know the answer to the question. The university does contribute to the cost of homecoming. I believe last year they contributed $100,000 to offset the response that was required. It might not offset the whole thing, but the university has made a contribution for multiple years in a row.
Councillor Frank.
Thank you. And this was not one of my pre-scripted questions, but I am curious if the police chief knows how much homecoming usually costs in police resources?
Chief?
The costs are between $250,000 to $320,000 in the last several years.
Councillor Frank.
Thank you. Only like two more from me, and I think that'll be within my 5-minute time. When small incidents happen, for example, small possessions are stolen or open drug use is used, is there any way to report the incident without taking resources away from the police, but more of a notice of activity?
Chief?
Thank you, Chair, and through you. That's a great question. So we have online reporting abilities. We are looking at expanding the online capabilities. And with that expansion, we need to do a better communication strategy to the public in this community so that they know when to report, how to report, and the other mechanisms to report.
Councillor Frank.
Thank you. Last question. I know you're all greatly relieved. Why are there sometimes 3 to 4 police vehicles going to a call when it looks fairly small and benign and like one person maybe is the issue?
Chief?
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Another great question. It's a question that we often get in the community, and I can tell you that when a 911 call is placed or a call for service is placed, most of the time people actually don't know what the information is gathered by our call takers and our dispatch. So we have the ability to learn about what risk our officers are facing. So I can appreciate the community will not know what is being told. The community also is not aware of history of those individuals involved that the officers may be responding to. So our officers are dispatching based on urgency of the call, the type of call, and the inherent risks of the call. I'll just sort of morph into another question that always comes with this one, Councillor Frank. And the community typically always is concerned that they see police officers door to door parked hidden in certain areas, and you know, I hear a lot of the times, oh, they're sleeping, they're not doing anything, or sometimes you have 3 or 4 police officers in a certain area. What I can tell you is that when we hear those concerns, we look at the actual individual circumstances individually, because we actually don't know what has happened, and often what's happening is what the public doesn't understand, or perhaps I can communicate it a little better. The workspace and the office space of our frontline officers is actually their cars. They have workstations, they do their administrative work in the vehicle. There's times when they have to come to the station to conduct administrative work and follow through with investigations, but we actually want them in their car doing that work because they're ready should a 911 or a priority call comes into place. Oftentimes, we have a really young workforce right now in the front line. So they're mentored by supervisors who are sergeants on the road. They're also mentored by their peers who are senior officers, and you can't mentor them without being next to them. So the public may not see that, may not understand that piece, but that's how you're communicating. Sometimes they're doing work in their car. Oftentimes they're doing work in the car. They could be debriefed. They could be talking about the call. And also, we actually don't necessarily want officers by themselves with their head down doing work. It's an officer safety issue. We've seen a police officer in Ontario killed while he was doing work in his car. So those are some of the things I'd like to share that might provide some context.
Thank you, Chief. Councillor Frank,
I just want to say thank you very much. I appreciate you answering all of those, and I appreciate your time and service.
Councillor McAllister.
Great, thank you. And through the chair, appreciate the presentation and thank you for being here today to answer questions. First question, because you started off with this, I know you'd mentioned it takes about 8 to 10 months, if I recall, in terms of training up the new officers. So in terms of the stats you presented, what would you attribute the declines to in terms of those stats? Is that partly because of, modernizing the force and bringing in those new technologies you talked about? Because obviously resourcing is still coming online. So what would you attribute those declining numbers to?
Chief?
Thank you, Chair, and through you, another great question, Councillor. I'll say I will attribute it to morale. Morale in the organization. I came to this organization last year, June of 2023. It's no secret. Their morale in our organization was at an all-time low. And I say that because we all hear that from our membership. And the morale is not only because our members did not feel supported within their day-to-day work. They didn't feel support from the community. They didn't feel support from previous council. They didn't feel support overall. And you add in workload, you add in the lack of investment in the police service. And if you move forward now, they are feeling supported by a board, they're feeling supported by city council, and they're feeling supported by the community. The more they're in the community, the more they're feeling that support. In this position, in this job, we barely ever hear a thanks. You hear all the negative. And as we implemented community trust as one of our biggest priorities, our officers are getting the positive feedback when they're in the community, because I believe the large majority of this community is very supportive of the police, although they may not be as loud as the ones that aren't. So morale is a piece to this. It's the hard work of the membership, both sworn and civilian police professionals. And I would say that in the last little while, we've made structural changes, organizational changes, leadership changes. We've moved pieces around, and we're really investing in our leadership. As I already stated, we're looking at everything different from a different lens. This organization has been, I would say, handcuffed from previous chiefs unable to make the changes that they needed simply because they didn't feel the support, didn't have the support from a budget to affect the change. We are 7 months in. What I really am optimistic and happy about is that, remember, our first new hire this year is going to hit the road, a class of 15 for independent patrol next week, or in November, the first week of November. We haven't even put in all the changes that we need. It's a 2-year process, but we're trending in the right direction for the first time. So the little changes is morale is actually very big. The other pieces is leadership. I have a fantastic deputy chiefs, superintendents, inspectors. We have incredible leadership in this organization that are all moving in the right direction. And again, we put community at the heart of everything we do. Those may seem like small changes, but they're difficult to get there, and we're moving in the right direction.
Councillor McAllister?
Thank you, through the chair. Kind of a follow-up to that, Chief. So I know community policing, you're very passionate about it. And one of the things I hear a lot, it's great that I'm seeing the police more at events, for instance, but one of the things, and I perpetually hear this, and I know in my conversations with yourself and some of your deputies, I brought this up before, it's visibility on the streets themselves. One of the things often, and I'm sure some of the other East End councillors hear this, is it's those boots on the ground, it's the interactions with businesses, residents, and I'm just wondering if you could speak to more in terms of getting some more foot patrols operational. My area often feels like, well, we're putting a lot of resources into the core, but like the core adjacent areas also would like to see more police officers. It's something I hear about all the time, and I'm just hoping today you can maybe speak to that a bit more about trying to get some more officers walking in those neighborhoods. Thank you.
Chief.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and through you, again, fantastic question. I'll first say that I sympathize and empathize with this community. We hear so many communities, businesses that are impacted by how they feel that we're not there, the police aren't there, there's a lack of visibility, a lack of enforcement. I sympathize, and all my members and my senior leadership team, we don't like that. We need this community to feel that we're here to support them. Part of the 4-year plan for the multi-year budget, we are understaffed, under-resourced. 2 years. It will take us 2 years to get our new service delivery model in place. With that new change, sir, you will see increased presence in all the affected areas. You will see a marked, even more clear reduction in metrics that I'm sharing with you now. So I appreciate the community deserves better. I believe they deserve better. We're changing, we're moving as quickly as we can. We're going to continue to move even quicker. We're not waiting for the 2 years. I'm telling you, the 2 years, everything will be in place by the end of next year. I promise this committee and this council, you will see and feel the change. We need to get there. Remember, we just got the budget 7 months ago, and the community is really, they don't care. They just need to see us, and I want them to see us, and our members want to be there, but I have to put in the structural changes and the modernization before we can do that. Because if I just move resources right now, our call times and Code 1 emergency response times are going to go through the roof again. And that's not good for this community either. But I can assure you, and I can promise you, that this is a priority for us to make sure that we are in the community like this city has never seen. I will also tell you that we hired 20 new special constables. These special constables are in the community now. They just got finished their training and they're just on their own for independent patrol. Special constable is not a police officer. They're there to support our police officers, but we're looking at ways how to leverage them for the community, because the community want to see them, and there's opportunities there. So I assure you, we're going to get there. The community is going to feel it, and I invite the community to reach out to us, to reach out to our office. I'm myself, my deputies, or senior leadership. I can tell you anytime we're invited to a town hall or a community session for discussion and communication, we do our best to be there, or a representative from our organization is there. When I can't be there is when I don't get invited or don't know about it. But it's important to us, it's important to this administration that we're there, and I'm happy to be there to speak to the community. I hate saying hang on, but just trust us, we're going to be there.
Councillor McAllister.
Thank you, and through the chair. And I appreciate that answer as well. And just as some constructive feedback, Councillor Frank and I held a joint town hall, and even if your officer had been able to present even just what you did today, I think that would have been helpful. What I see happening, unfortunately, is that your officers come to be representatives of LPS, but then everything's just thrown at them, right? So I think maybe if they came with more of a, the plan and essentially the metrics you've presented, I think that'd be helpful for them, because I think unfortunately your officers just have to say, please be patient. And I don't think that's landing well with the public, to be honest with you. So even having a most basic presentation would be helpful for them to show, if they're going in the right direction, at least, just to, save them some grief. Because I see it all the time, and I appreciate you guys taking those evenings to come out. But I think it's hard when they just don't have anything to present. And then I have another question. I know Councillor Frank had talked about traffic. It's an issue that comes up a lot for me as well. And I know you've done some work in terms of, trying to automate and have cameras, obviously, because the resourcing is an issue. But I'm just wondering from the public point of view, if there's something that could be done, whether it's through like a request portal, just in areas where people are seeing a lot of traffic violations, to just put it on your radar. It doesn't necessarily have to be, going through 911. It's kind of like the non-emergency system. But I get that a lot, and I feel like I filter sometimes from myself to LPS about areas where I'm getting a lot of those requests.
Chief?
Thank you, sir. That's a great question. And I can tell you, this is where the lack of investment in the modernization in our organization is hurting us. This is an area that we need to modernize. There's ways to modernize our business practices so that the community leaders such as yourself, if there's issues in certain neighborhoods or areas that need addressing, and that, you don't want to keep calling us, we need to make sure that there's a mechanism in place. We've had these discussions. This is an infrastructure piece, this is a modernization piece. This is something that we want to make sure we provide better service to the community about, so that they can easily have options, go online, make it a seamless transition of information, whether it's anonymous or it's identifiable of the concerns that are happening. For instance, traffic concerns or misdemeanor concerns or minor criminal offenses or activity that they're seeing. This is an area that, again, falls part of our modernization of our police service.
Councillor? Thank you, Chief, again, for all these answers. I just want to wrap up with some food for thought. I know, for instance, some of us have our BIAs, and right now we are funding private security. So realizing, in terms of the 2 years you've asked for, in terms of getting the resourcing up, right now, I think the communities are kind of taking the brunt in terms of having to fund it through other sources, right? So there's a bit of a fallback position we have right now where we're funding security to kind of give you guys some leeway. So for me, pretty much this year, going into next year, that's going to be kind of a theme in terms of my questioning to you and the LPS is, what are we doing to prepare for that? Because my worry is I don't want to get to a situation when that's gone and some of these neighborhoods no longer have that fallback, that if LPS hasn't got to that level, that's my worry. So a lot of my questions, I just want to prepare you if you get questions from me. A lot of that's just anticipating when that goes away, that LPS is in a much better place to accommodate that higher volume. So thank you again for your presentation, your answers.
Thank you, Councillor McAllister. I'm just going to advise colleagues, we're very close to 4:30 when I had tentatively scheduled a break. We are going to finish our delegation with the chief before we break. We're not going to stop in a mid-item. So I would just advise colleagues right now, I have Councillor Pribble, Pelosa, and myself on the list, then Councillor Ferreira and Councillor Hopkins. And so I will go to Councillor Pribble next.
Thank you, and through the chair to the chief. I'm a great believer in Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and the bottom two steps are physiological, water, shelter, food, and right above is the safety. And I know the first one, there's not a lot that you can do about. It's certainly on our end. but the safety is a big issue. And for example, yesterday I was attending a meeting when there were residents from Old East Village, and one person was saying we are virtually across the road and we don't feel safe walking here. People downtown, people in Old East Village, all over London, they do understand in terms of the strategic vision, strategic plan, and that these changes are not done overnight. But on the other hand, there are those crucial issues of the safety. And again, I don't want to say any other words because that could be throughout the entire city, but certainly in downtown and Old East Village, they don't feel safe. And the crime, it's kind of the numbers in these areas, I believe, and thanks for the indicators, they're improving, but the population, the residents, they do not feel. What is your message to these people that they have a concern of everyday walking in these areas? Doesn't matter if it's the daylight or if it's the evening. What's your message to them? Because they do understand the strategic plan, the big picture, the one you have painted to us, and everyone is a believer in it. And we are behind you, we are. But what's the immediate message? Any plans, 30, 60, 90 days, to address these crucial issues that are happening on our streets in these areas on a daily basis? Thank you.
Chief?
Thank you, Chair, and through you. That's another great question, Councillor Preble. I'll say this. I'll say if you're looking for timelines, forget about the 2-year mark. Our goal is by summer next year, there is a marked difference. I will also say that recognizing that members in the community, some members in the community in certain areas where they live and work may not feel safe, I would say 2 things. One, our organization is planning for some town halls, if you will, led by us, inviting members of the community. We want to hear that feedback. You don't have to wait until those town halls start coming in November. We're very accessible. We listen to complaints and concerns as often as we can. And I'll also say that although it's a 4-year plan for the budget and it's a 2-year rollout for the service delivery change, we're changing inside in our organization, our leadership. Our leadership, we've moved people around and restructured. We're continuing to restructure and continuing to evolve as an organization. This, although it's been 7 months since the budget approved, we've only just made some of our changes and our changes from a leadership level. So what I would say to those members in the community that you're speaking to, know that, and I hope your worship doesn't feel offended but that I'm saying this, but I've connected with his worship and I've talked to him about a different strategy, a strategy that we need to move forward with because we can't wait. Something needs to change. And I've connected with his worship and had preliminary discussions about it. We're talking about just the one piece of our part in this puzzle because there's a bigger issue here that it's not just a police problem. There's some social issues that involve other organizations and government levels outside of the policing. But I would say the message to your constituents is that I hear them, we understand this, we thank them for their patience. Hang on, we are doing something, we are thinking about things, we are trying to make some big changes here. And the statistics that I share, if you look at the data, and again, it's just one way, our violent crime is actually reducing. Our property-related crimes are actually reducing. There's different ways to look at that, but what's really important to me, aside from that, is how people feel. And if people don't feel safe, You can ask any one of my leadership team. We take that personally. I take that personally. And I know that it's not going to be perfect for everybody, but we strive for perfection, knowing that we're not going to be perfect. So just hang on. It's been 7 months since we got this. We are dealing with deep-rooted issues in our organization that has been, quite honestly, have not been addressed for many, many years. And again, I can't harp on this anymore. Our service delivery model has not changed for the past 30 years. So changing a big organization like this that we have, it's going to take a little bit of time, and we're actually moving very quickly. So I would say, stay with us. You're going to see some progress, and you're going to feel it.
Counselor.
Thank you, Chief. And I understand that it is not only police, that it's other organizations that we have to work on this together. But we do need to be more, someone needs to take the leadership and steer this vehicle in a fast speed so we can cut the time, and we really need to deliver the results for our community to progress, to have a safe community in these areas, for businesses to prosper and grow. Because again, these areas are really what I call is kind of all of us, even though it's not might not be our ward, but downtown is all of us. And the faster we address it, the prosperous it is going to be, the healthier our entire city is going to be. I'm very glad that you had a conversation with the mayor. I hope there's going to be a plan very soon. And I understand, please do involved with your experience and your direction, which other organizations need to be involved. But let's address this issue yesterday. Thank you.
Councillor Plaza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to start with a thank you to the London Police. We don't direct them. We requested them to come before us, and they did. An hour and counting, so thank you. Your time is valuable. And we look forward to you appearing annually before us. I think this is a really important conversation to have with the community, knowing that some community members did provide questions to their counselor ahead of time to ask those questions. As Councillor Pribble was talking about going fast and moving forward, my questions are about, for my residents, lots of concerns, but also, and you've heard it from me before, modified muffler blitzes, the noise, the street racing, realizing that could lead to fatal vehicle accidents. So looking to see an update on that. I know we don't get to know ahead of time when they happen, but just the frequency that they're happening, can we see more of them? And I know some of that also relates back into unmarked police cars. I know some residents say, I just don't see the police. And it's like, but they have unmarked cars. So just where is that ratio in your fleet of marked versus unmarked cars as well?
Chief.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I can tell you that our road safety strategy involves a heavy piece of enforcement. And again, the enforcement is directed based on data and complaints. So we need to hear the concerns, and we are modernizing our ability to accept and receive those types of complaints in those areas. If we don't hear the concerns, and I rely a lot on City Council to inform us, and we don't just ignore the concerns. We hear it and we take action on it. So I can assure you that enforcement will continue. It will continue in that regard as well, because we've heard from several residents that the mufflers, the speeding, the street racing is all important to them. And the other shift that we're doing in this organization is grounding us back to, because we've been so short-staffed, because morale has been so low for the last little while, we've been focusing, and I wouldn't say making excuses, but we've been not prioritizing those crimes and those concerns of the citizens unless it was life and death or unless it was considered a serious crime. And we haven't been paying attention as much as we should be to the whole community. So I'll give you an example of a fraud investigation. You know, fraud is, quote unquote, we've heard this term used many times, it's a victimless crime, no one's getting hurt. I've had a discussion with some of my frontline members, and hearing the frontline members talk about the impact of a fraud having on an elderly couple or an elderly family is deeply troubling. And it's troubling that we're unable to investigate it the way it should be investigated. So I share that with you because it's a shift in the way we do things, and we need to start looking at everything. And when you say loud mufflers, there's going to be some people that would argue that who cares? But I'm telling you, it's something that we do care about, and we have to take that into consideration. So to answer your question, 100%, that will still be road safety in total. Community safety is our priority. So we have traffic that are marked, and we have officers that are unmarked that will conduct enforcement.
Sorry, Counselor, just through the chair.
Sorry, I was just looking for that number of a rough ratio of unmarked versus marked. And is it 50-50, 25-75, 60-40?
Thank you for that question, and Chair, through you. I would respectfully just try not to get into operations about that. So we do have a fleet of unmarked vehicles.
Counselor Pelosa.
Thank you. I respect that as operations can. Yep. My other question is, I'll do a comment, and the next questions aren't for you, so you get off on that one. That just thank you. You did mention that your officers are available for community events. I've had them at ward meetings answering direct questions from residents. I've had them just up as a booth at a community meeting. Residents deeply appreciate both. I know there's been many community events that you, me, officers, other members of council have been at. So your presence out there and that of your officers are being seen, and I deeply appreciate that as my residents. It's an easy touch point to bring forward those concerns from the city as we get them. And residents do like knowing that there's that open channel of like, hey, I flagged this when I saw the chief or his staff, and like the officers are out there and they're aware of it as time permits. So I guess for you, are you still offering ride-alongs to city councilors with your staff? And then my next question is actually for the city clerk.
Chief.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. And yes, we are. Absolutely.
Thank you. It's been a while since COVID, so I need to sign up again. And my question.
Counselor, I can tell you Sergeant Brown has already offered to organize one for me, so I'm sure he'd be happy to help you too. But if you want to share the question with the clerk too.
Yep. So my question with the motion that's in e-scribed is that we receive the attached presentation and the delegation that we're receiving. Is the presentation simply the chief's short slide deck, or I don't know if you need amendment, can it also include the public metrics that was issued and sent to us in advance? Just it's a 5-page report, had a lot of the details in it, and knowing that it is public, it just might be of help to the public and us that it's publicly part of the record as we move forward in conversations.
So just a quick chat with the clerks, Counselor, and the clerks were not actually copied on the data that was circulated to the rest of council. That actually came from the mayor's chief of staff. So
could I move that motion then, that as long as there's no objection, since it's a public document, was circulated, that it could be attached to this document? It was the September 19th communication. And I can certainly forward it to the clerk so they know exactly what document.
Just so
yes, that amendment we'll get some language drafted up in just a moment. If we can get a seconder for that, Councillor Ferreira, that seconded. Okay, so we'll just get that lined up in e-scribe as an amendment.
Yeah, and I'm fine to take care of that after the Q&A to the chief, as it's more administrative, just to not interrupt this process.
So an amendment has to be made on your first time speaking procedurally, so we have to deal with
Okay,
that now.
sorry, everyone, just say yes.
Okay, so the amendment would read, that it be noted that the Strategic Priorities and Policy Committee received the attached presentation, the attached community policing statistics, which reflects the attachment that was circulated, and heard a verbal delegation from Chief Tai Trong, Chief of Police. Good? Okay, seeing thumbs up from everybody. So unless there's any discussion on that, I will ask the clerk to just open the vote on the amendment.
Russell votes yes.
Okay, colleagues, that's open in eScribe now, and we've got your vote, Councillor Trussow. Thank you for that.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Okay, and then Councillor Pelosa and Ferrera, are you okay being the main motion as amended now, the movers and seconders? Okay, so we'll note that for when we get to that vote. However, we are not at that vote yet. Councillor Pelosa, anything further? Okay, I am going to just move myself to the bottom of the list. I'll wait till the end. Councillor Pelosa, you already asked one of my questions, so perhaps the other colleagues will cover off the other one that I have. Councillor Ferrera, you are next.
Thank you, Chair. And I guess I'll start with thank you, Chief, for the visibility that you've brought to the London Police Force since you've been on. I see you around a lot. I have a lot of comments on how you are present and you're there to answer questions, and it's nice to have a face for people, to be able to communicate to, especially at the very top level of the police board. So that is my extension of thanks from the people that I've been speaking to. I also, I should also mention, thank you to sending officers to all my meetings. They've been very well populated. I've had no issues with that, so I extend my thanks to them as well. And coming here and presenting as well, and bringing the metrics, and we appreciate that. So I have been obviously following things. I've seen, traffic incidents have been decreasing. Collisions on the road, especially with the amount of, I guess, road rage that we do talk about every once in a while. That's a good metric to have. And seeing in the news too, the amount of shootings have been significantly decreased from what we saw year over year on the past years too. And you did speak to that. I did want to talk about, One thing that's kind of been touched on here in this conversation, but I just wanted to ask you, with the amount of, I guess, the toxic drug supply that we have in the city. We do have quite a good influx coming in. From what I understand, is coming in off of the 401. And I understand that this is not just a London police issue. This is like an inter-policing effort, whether it's the OPP or whether it's the RCMP, and you have to be having ongoing engagements with other police forces from other municipalities. So I would understand if you can't give me all the details. But I did want to know if I could get kind of your take or the London Police Service's take on how we're combating that issue and what we would foresee in the future when it comes to that.
Chief.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. That's a big concern for us. Organized crime in and of itself is often behind the drug trade and at varying levels. And in this city, we see street crime, street level gangs that are within this city, as well as the threats that are outside of the city and coming in to make a profit. So that is part of, why you see a reduction in gun violence because of the strategy that we've embarked on. So we look at the high-risk individuals or the individuals in this city that live here that are the most dangerous, that are committing the most crimes from an organization perspective, loosely knit definition of a street gang to a more organized fashion. So we look at putting our efforts into how to combat them, and as well as looking at the pressures from outside coming into London because, like you said, the 401 corridor and us being the largest city in southwestern Ontario here. So those operations almost always, to be very effective, is a multi-pronged approach. One of the approaches that we do is from a covert perspective. So what I can assure you with is that we have investigators, we have specialized units that are focused solely on organized crime at the street level and at the higher level, which involve the drug trade and the gun trade. So that is something that, we're not out there preaching, but that work is occurring. And at the same time, when we talk about enforcement, we always have to have a prevention lens to it and a perspective. And you're very in tune with what our organization is doing and the changes that we've been implementing from a leadership level. Very focused on the marginalized youths, the at-risk youths, the young people in this community, because as we focus enforcement, we have to make sure that there's prevention, and from a prevention level for us involves our community partners and the community as a whole. But it's very important for us that we are presented and that we are in the community with these young people so that they can see us in a positive light. Because what happens is, if you don't see us in a positive light, we can't help steer you into a good path if you're going down a wrong path. But the other piece, what other people fail to forget, is that if the young people don't see us and don't see us in a positive light, when they become victim of a sexual assault, a violent crime, a hate crime, they won't call us or they won't come to us. So our enforcement strategy, our strategy overall, involves enforcement, involves collaboration with our community. And again, we've said it all the time, we cannot make this community safe unless we all come together. We will do our part. We will continue to do our part. And we will continue to focus on those individuals trafficking and distributing drugs in this community. Thank you.
Councillor Ferreira.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that answer. I don't want to be too redundant because I know we're getting short on time, so that would be my only question. And I also, I guess I'll say I appreciate we're having a lot of conversations. I know you and I have met quite a bit in the last little while, so I appreciate that. And till next time when we speak and we move forward. And I know that we're going to bring in some very good changes coming to the city. So I appreciate
Thank you, Councillor. Next on my list, I have Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for reminding us that this is not a budget committee and that questions can be saved for the police budget through the budget process. So thank you for that reminder. Chief, thank you so much for being in this chamber with us and for being here and addressing the many questions that we have here. Thank you very much for that. I want to just start off with a comment about your response to Councillor Frank's questions around mental health and your optimism. I've been on council this is my third term. It's been an ongoing conversation, and to hear your optimism and opportunities, looking at maybe Windsor, but really doing something on how we can divert those calls and get the expertise that is needed in our community to our residents. So that means so much to hear that optimism. Regarding your presentation, which I thank you for, I really noticed that we're starting to get back to those pre-COVID levels. The numbers were pretty high, and I think no matter where you were through COVID, the challenges existed in our community was great. And I sort of want to go back to that presentation because I could see the graphs coming down and if not even going further down to pre-COVID. But the question, it's going to be a very broad question. Relates more to your last comment, which was more needs to be done. And you answered so many of the questions presented to you here this afternoon already, addressing the many, many issues that are in our community. But from a sort of a broader, what are the priorities? What do you see the priorities that need to be done, that we need to tackle right at the very top as we move forward?
Chief?
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I just want to make sure, Councillor, that I understand the question right. I don't want to answer wrongly. Can you specify in terms of what area you're speaking about, or you're talking about just in general from policing as a whole here in this community?
Councillor?
Yeah, policing as a whole and where we've come and where we've been and where we're going to, but really addressing from a whole perspective, because there are many, many issues that you have to deal with, without a doubt. But what needs to be done? Just following up on your last comment, that more needs to be done. What do you see as are those priorities? I want to sort of be a champion there to understand where we have to go as a city.
Chief?
Thank you, Chair, and through you. So I'll say from a context perspective, the modernization of our organization is paramount. We have to modernize our organization, change all of our business practices and modernizing it. When I say modernizing, it also means investing in our people, investing in the leadership in our organization. There's been a lot of people have been neglected in our organization simply because there hasn't been the ability to invest back into our people. So for us to make impact in this community, we have to have our house in order first. And you can't fix and make things better unless you're better. So I would say that is one piece to this puzzle for us. And it's no secret, the call queue or the calls for service or the calls that our officers face every day when they come in to work is nothing like I had ever seen before. And I've been a police officer prior to coming here for 22 years with York Regional Police, 1.2 million residents, several mayors across the region. I have never seen a call queue like the one we have until I've come here. And I've never actually seen call response times to this level. So for me, there's a big system in our organization that we need to fix. Once we fix that, and we're going to do really well in another year with fixing the internal system, once we reduce that call queue, my officers will be able to do exactly what you want, and that is respond to calls for service in a timely manner. That is to be in the community, to be with the community, and to be there for the community. If we can adjust that, then we can tackle everything else. And everything else allows us to truly put the community and partner with the community to deal with a lot of these social issues that become police issues. So for far too long, we have been pointing the fingers, not just the police. It's always been somebody else has to do something. We're not pointing fingers. We're looking after what we need to do, what we need to contribute with the lens of the police are involved in everything, in all of community. So how can we operate together? So there's more to do. There's more to do in our house right now so that we can do better with the community. And I feel, and I truly feel at the heart of my heart, that we are going to get there. I've seen this community 20 years ago. Some of the people who are close to me know my ties here to this city 20 years ago. It is not the same, and I know we can get there.
I just want to thank you for your service.
Thank you, Councillor Hopkins. So I still have a number of councillors on the speakers list. I have Councillor Stevenson next, and then Councillor Rahman. I'm just going to ask colleagues to try and be tight with our questions and comments. We have had our friends from LPS here for over an hour. We are half an hour past our scheduled break, and we have, following this, items for direction. We have other folks waiting to present to us on the whole of community response evaluation framework. And in an hour, we will need a motion to move past 6 p.m. So if we can stay tight, that would be greatly appreciated. Councillor Stevenson, you are next.
Okay, thank you. I just have a couple of comments. And although I appreciate my fellow colleague here at the town hall last night, I just wanted to be clear that the public safety concerns that were expressed quite full of emotion last night for an hour and a half were more related to the addiction crisis in Old East Village, and to the fact that this council continues to put fund social services on that street who are, so that we've got people who are addicted on the street. Even the one currently funds a day space of 120 people that can only hold 40 indoors at a time. And when people are addicted and mentally ill, it causes a lot of public safety concerns, from what's about the street to the smoke to the fact that their OW and ODSP payments do not, for the most part, cover the cost of their addiction, and they are stealing every night, cutting wires, property theft, all of that. So I just want to be really clear that what I hear is a lot of gratitude for the police and what the services that you offer that community. They are really looking forward to the illegal public drug use being dealt with. And they would love to see more police and have more feet on the street, as Councillor McAllister said. But the true public safety issues are more about the addiction crisis. So I just wanted to say, you say you don't hear thank you a lot. Huge thank you to you and to every member of your service, civilian and sworn. Our city is not safe. People do not feel safe. And 2 years from now can't come soon enough. And seeing some changes next summer is the hope that I keep spreading within my ward that change is coming. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Rahman.
Thank you, and through you. So I will try to be tight with my time again. Thanks for coming today and being so open to answering questions, as I found you to be all through this process so far. The first question I had for you relates to the judicial backlog and how that backlog is impacting service from London Police. How is it impacting the way that we perhaps explore and use the powers and tools that we have available to us because of the known backlog?
Chief?
Thank you for that question, Councillor. I'll say the backlog in the judicial process, that involves the Ministry of Attorney General. We're governed under the Solicitor General, and although I don't have a really a say in how the ministry runs the courthouses and the backlog, I can tell you that the ministry and the Ministry Attorney General is addressing that backlog very aggressively. I can tell you from our side of the House, the modernization of our police service with digital evidence management system that we are trying to get into place as quickly as possible will assist with streamlining disclosure and information sharing to the Crown's Office, which falls under the ministry, which ultimately will assist and support, reduce time for the Crown attorneys. So that is one piece, that's one important piece of digital evidence management that our police service is one of the last few to even embark on in this province.
Councillor?
Thank you. Building off of some of the comments from the Councillor for Ward 4, Councillor Stevenson, she talked about the illegal open drug use, and this is what I hear quite often from residents about the fact that they feel unsafe and that these issues are not being addressed by London Police. And I'm told that, there's strategies coming. I'm hopeful for those strategies. I'm wondering if you can comment on that at all.
Chief?
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Yes, this is a very important topic. And the constant feedback that we hear is that the police are doing nothing when our officers see open drug use. I'll tell you some of the context and some challenges that is important to understand. The Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, there was amendments, I believe, in 2021 or 2022, where the offense of possession of a controlled substance now legislated us to look at the principles and understand that drug use and drug consumption is a social and a health issue versus a police and law enforcement issue. It did not say that the police are prohibited from arresting for open drug use. What it did do is force us to look at the principles and the guiding principles under that legislation, which arresting and charging are your last resort. So that piece of legislation guides how we respond. And again, it doesn't mean we can't. It means there's a framework and decision-making process that our officers have to deal with and consider before they make arrests. And I can also tell you that the feedback last year that I got from this community and a lot of our leadership got from this community, and I tend to agree with this piece. You cannot arrest your way out of this. I agree with that sentiment. I can tell you today, the same people that had that sentiment have changed and are asking us to enforce. I can also tell you that the only option that our officers have right now, if you want engagement, is to arrest and jail. I don't like that our officers only have that one option. I really don't. There needs to be a system in place for our officers who are interacting with those individuals that need help and treatment. There needs to be a way and a pathway for them to get that help Jail is our only option. We don't have another option. Where you see other communities have options, have the community coming together, have supports and organizations where if an officer, when appropriate, to arrest for possession in public, when appropriate, that the officer has the ability, when appropriate, to jail, if appropriate, or hand that individual off to a pathway of care. Right now, our officers do not have that. They don't have that ability. So this is a bigger discussion. This is a bigger conversation. There's been discussions, and I hope you don't mind, Your Worship. I've had these discussions with His Worship and talked about a solution and a change in what we need to do. Because for us, community safety as a whole, we need to make sure that we make sure everybody is safe in this community.
Councillor.
Thank you. In my ward, something I hear is that when property crime happens, a lot of people don't report it. And the reason they don't report it is they don't feel like anything gets done. So I'm just wondering if you can comment. I know we talked about modernization in terms of the process for reporting property crime, but there seems to be an expectation that still exists, and you talked about that discrepancy around, 20 years ago, what the expectations were versus now and how there's been little change. I think for a lot of my residents, what I hear quite clearly is that when they have an issue, they call the police so rarely that if there is an issue, they would love a call back or to see a police officer. And it may seem like something minor, like a property crime, but to them it's major. And so I'm just wondering if you might be able to comment on that.
Chief.
Thank you, Sharon, through you. And again, my hearts go out to your residents and everyone experiencing that. This is not something that is new. This is something that when I came last year in June, this was one of those big concerns. And again, if I can go back to Councillor Hopkins' question about what we need to do, again, it's the service delivery model that is so important, that involves everything. If I and we as a leadership team do not change the way we provide service, residents that you speak of are going to continually be in that same position. That's not something that we want. That's something that we don't want. So we are looking to make sure that the residents have an ability to report more seamlessly because they feel nothing's going to happen. There's two things there that we need to gain their confidence back. We need to make sure that we move towards answering those calls for service and providing service when they call. And we have to make sure we modernize our ability to accept these complaints and these concerns with ease. So there's a lot of work to be done in this space. This is something that is very important to us.
Councillor.
Thank you. So recently there was an article back in the summer about the media having to pay for access to data like crime statistics. I hope that through our process of modernization, we can make that information more available to the media, but also to the public, because I feel it's quite important. And through that $130 spend from CBC, I learned that vehicle theft is down, and that was up until about March of 2024. And then again, it was reported that recoveries are about less than half of the vehicles that were stolen were recovered. Can you speak a little bit to the car theft strategy here in the city?
Chief.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I think there's two real questions you asked about really involves transparency and access to data. So the way the organization has run for many, many years is if you want information or you want data, there's a process to go through the FOI process. That has been embedded in this organization for many years, and there's a number of reasons for that. However, the change in leadership and the change in direction, we are making every effort as part of modernizing our business practices so that you don't have to do that. That information is going to be readily accessible to you, whether it's going to be on a monthly basis or bi-monthly basis, or by way of a dashboard for you to dive down and find that yourself. That is something that involves the modernization of our organization. With respect to vehicle thefts and car thefts and the recovery of car thefts, what we know in our city is that the cars that are being stolen in this community are being sent to the GTA as crime vehicles or being sent overseas. We have a very big problem with car thefts in this city, but I can tell you that the thefts and the carjackings that we're seeing across the province at an alarming rate, thankfully, we're not experiencing it to that level in this community.
Counselor?
Thank you. I appreciate that willingness and openness to share data. One of the pieces of data I was looking to receive is around, and I know with our call volumes, we have reports on call volumes, but particularly what we classify as frivolous or nuisance calls. In other municipalities, they've looked at actually fining people that repeatedly call 911 for frivolous reasons or for prank calls and things like that. I'm just wondering how the service tracks that data.
Chief?
Thank you, Chair, and through you. We have just modernized our communications center with NG 911 and the advance of NG 911. It is new technology that all police services are facing or dealing with. And as we learn and perfect the use of the technology that we have, this is one area that we're very mindful of. We need to do better in data collection in our organization. We're collecting data right now. There's much better ways to collect that data to make sure that data is accurate and our process of collecting the data that we actually are looking for. So this is one of these modernizations process that we're dealing with from the call volume, because as we're looking at exactly what you're getting at, Councillor, how many of our calls, our 700 calls that we get daily, are actually police-related calls, and how many of them should be diverted? This is something that forms part of our strategy and our service delivery. That's why we're embedding the mental health and crisis workers in the call center. That's part of our overall strategy with this.
Counselor?
Thank you, and I appreciate that. And I have to say that, again, I really appreciate when officers come out to the ward meetings, and I have one coming up in a couple weeks. And I know my residents are quite often reaching out to me about the traffic concerns. And one of the things I think where we have a little bit of a loophole is around how counselors report into your data around traffic and concerns in areas that are hotspots. I'm just wondering how we can do a better job of capturing that information, and then also how we can do a better job of providing accountability to our residents to be able to say, look, I've sent that email. It's been acknowledged, because sometimes that's weeks, months, sometimes before we get an acknowledgement. It's been acknowledged, and that it's being taken care of. So I'd love to see us come up with a process for that, because I think it's needed.
Chief, there's sort of some comment there, but did you want to respond to how we as counselors can do better to inform you and your officers?
Sure, thank you, and Chair, through you. Part of the communication from the counselors, I think we need to do better in reaching out to yourselves as leaders in the community. There's a process that I'm very familiar with that I had implemented in my former career that will bode very well here. So it involves us proactively scheduling meetings with you, and it also involves the modernization, again, of how to report issues in your ward. From a technology piece, there's, I'll share this with you. We're looking at potentially an app that will provide service not only to you, but ease for the community. So there's things that we're trying to turn our minds to. And again, I can't run until we start walking, right? So although we're trending in a good direction, there's much more work to do. So thank you. But we will be more proactive in this regard.
Okay. Other than myself, that exhausts the speakers list. I'm going to hold my questions. Chief, I know you and I will be seeing each other at an Argyle BIA touch base, so I will perhaps avail myself of the opportunity to ask some questions in that forum instead. If committee will indulge me to very briefly just offer a couple comments from the chair, though. I will say that I have, and my residents have, noticed an improvement, small, but an improvement in traffic enforcement. And I happened to be in Councillor Pelosa's ward at Earl Nichols Arena the other night. As hockey councillors, we are frequently at arenas, and on the drive home, I saw not one but two traffic stops on my trip from Ward 12 to Ward 2. So that was great to see two active situations happening there. Traffic is a continuing issue. I will say I have found in the last, particularly the last 3 or 4 months, Sergeant Nethersole and his team not only have acknowledged emails that I have sent from residents about hotspots, but that I have actually received back an email from the officer who attended the traffic enforcement proactively and shared some of the results with me in terms of number of offenses that they handed out. So that's been very helpful. I recognize that that might be one of those first steps, and so I just wanted to share that I appreciate that data. The loop is being closed. It's been closed with me, I think, three different times now, which is really appreciated because in the last term of council, that loop was never being closed, and I'm starting to see that now. So I share that as a thank you to you and your officers, particularly Sergeant Nethersole and his team in the Traffic Enforcement Division, because it matters to folks, and they are seeing it a little bit more. I know we have a lot more work to do. Hopefully those rookies who are hitting the streets on their own next month will be put on traffic enforcement first to cut their teeth there, because I'm sure they will have no problem finding time during their shifts to issue some fines there. But I will say also the other piece that I wanted to share is I do appreciate the attention that has been given to reallocating some resources back into the core unit. I know for a while that unit had to disappear because resources had to be spent on 911 response calls. But Sergeant Brown and the officers there have been very helpful in Ward 2, having them back in, if not necessarily full swing, at least back in the batting cage, taking some practice swings. It's been helpful, and so I absolutely acknowledge everything colleagues said about issues where we still have concerns. Open drug use is a big one for me too. But I have noticed some small improvements, and so because you said earlier, we often hear the complaints, not the thank yous. The same is true of the 15 of us around this horseshoe. But I wanted to just take the opportunity to say thank you, not just for being here today and answering our questions, but thank you for all the work that you and your officers, especially those on the front lines. I know there's lots of work happening behind the scenes too, but those on the front lines are doing. And finally, I would be remiss if I didn't say, behind every great leadership team, there is a tremendous executive assistant, and so I want to particularly thank Ms. Santos for all the work she does coordinating all the communications that all of us send back and forth to you and your leadership team. I know that you can't do your job without her, and because she's here today, I wanted to take just a moment to recognize her for the tremendous volume of work that I know she does to keep you and the rest of the leadership team on track. And as I have no one else on the speakers list, I'm going to ask the clerk to open the vote on the motion as amended.
Votes yes.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Thank you, Chief, to you and your team for your time today. Colleagues, that moves us on to the item 4 of our agenda, which is items for direction. Before we go into that, I'm going to look for an opportunity for a recess. I would suggest perhaps if we give ourselves enough time for a bio break and to start to eat, and if we need to bring something back in with us to finish, I think that that would be appropriate for the interest of time. So I'm looking to see if maybe a 15-minute recess.
Sorry,
Seeing some,
Mr. Chair, a point of order. I don't know at what point you want to deal with the motion to extend past 6.
well, we would do that when we return, because we will be returning at least 15 minutes before 6 o'clock. So if we take 15 minutes now, we would be back at 5:40. Sounds good? Okay, we're going to do this one by hand. 15-minute recess. All those in favor?
Motion carries.
Our agenda. This is items for direction. Councillor Hopkins?
I just think that we need to make a motion to extend.
Yes, we do. So moved by Councillor Hopkins and seconded by Councillor Rahman. Motion to extend the meeting past 6 p.m. And I'll ask the clerk to open the vote on that.
Councillor Ferreira? Closing the vote, motion carries 13-0.
Thank you, colleagues. So with that in place, I don't know whether this is an incentive or a disincentive for you, but at 6:40, I will be leaving. So Councillor Rahman will have to chair the rest of the meeting. If I see Mr. Dickens nodding his head that that's an incentive to drag the meeting out so that I'm not here, but I just advise that I will be leaving at 6:40 as I have a ward meeting at Eastlands Community Center this evening. Items for direction, 4.1 is the whole of community response evaluation framework reporting template. And I am going to just go to Mr. Dickens to introduce this.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. This report is a report back from the previous evaluation framework that Council received in March and approved in April of this year. The evaluation framework represents sort of the template reporting structure that we were asked to bring back to Council for review so that they would understand the type of things that we would be tracking. As a reminder, this research and evaluation work is funded jointly by Western University, London Health Sciences Centre, and then also through the St. Joseph's Healthcare Foundation through a donation from Ryan Finch and that foundation. The three groups have come together recognizing there's a need to create meaningful and measurable change in our community. And this support and this report and the evaluation framework itself has been assisted in and supported by the Center for Research on Health Equity and Social Inclusion as well. So with that, I will turn it over to Mick. Mick Coons from St. Leonard's is one of our co-chairs of the System Foundations table and has been co-leading some of this work on the evaluation framework.
Thank you, Mr. Dickens and Mr. Coons. Thank you for joining us. I know you have been extremely patient. You were here before the meeting started at 1 p.m. today, so we appreciate your patience. But if you'd like to go ahead and give us your 5-minute presentation, the floor is now yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, council members, for having us again to present this as a follow-up to our March SPPC meeting. We want to start out with this image, which is very familiar to all of you because it shows the spectrum of housing in London, with a highlight that we are focusing in particular on the homelessness and shelter piece, but also at an evaluation of the whole of community systems response, obviously. Now, this also looks familiar, and it's just sort of a reminder. We're looking at certain concepts, and now next later, structures, processes, outcomes. All of our research is really driven by a health equity-driven quadruple aim and endorses a mixed methods design. Our current approach has been solidified. We have 4 research and evaluation teams assembled, outcomes and experiences, workforce well-being, cost structures and processes, as well as the overall process evaluation. Now, before I really dive into this, our approach really is a consistent year-over-year approach. So it's not a one-time and done, but it's something that we want to bring to council or to SPPC every year. That's our commitment. And we also want to bring it to the community on an ongoing basis. Our research is rooted in the community and making use of what already exists through the expertise and resources of the London community and beyond. And one particular piece that we've heard from community members, from council members, from researchers as well, is that we really want our approach to be attentive to potential biases. Now, potential biases, a bias is really just a tendency or inclination toward or against something or someone, including a specific outcome. needless to say, everyone holds certain biases. Some may help, some may hinder. Either way, biases may obscure the big picture, lead to prejudgment, and result in poor decisions. And those are things that we really implore our researchers and evaluators to really address for themselves. So being attentive to biases means the researchers are addressing their potential biases when designing studies and collecting, analyzing, and presenting data. But we also invite you, the community, to reflect on biases you may hold when reading, thinking, and conversing about our research and evaluation efforts and findings. Now, our presentation is also accompanied by a spreadsheet, which is in an appendix. There's a couple of comments I want to make about this. I know council and community members as well are huge fans of targets, right? Targets are important, it's something that we're aiming at, but it's really difficult to develop targets, meaningful targets, if we don't even have a baseline. And that's really what we're talking about at this point. We don't have a good baseline because everything we've done in the past has been so siloed. Data has not been shared. We're in a good process of making this happen, as we've heard in the previous presentation. But so that's what I want to highlight. We also, in this presentation, are talking about these key performance indicator, KPIs. We're listening and continue to listen to the community, what is important to them, and we'll add those KPIs and metrics to our never-ending list. And this is an iterative learning process, as well as an expanding list of projects. Some of them you see named in that spreadsheet. And again, to break down those silo pieces, we're really investing in data sharing and cross-team and cross-project collaboration. Now, let's get into the meat of this, and I don't want to go through all of these different metrics that are in here. I'm happy to answer questions about those if members of council have any questions. But this first is the team one sort of piece, the whole system outcome and metrics. And again, emphasis is on whole systems, right? So we're thinking about the homelessness system, the emergency system, and the health system. Those are the three big pieces that came together in the whole of community systems response, right? So there are obviously some very important key performance indicators that we're interested in. I also want to highlight on this slide and any subsequent slide, the little piece at the bottom. We always want to acknowledge who the data was compiled by, and we also always want to link to further research that exists out there. Right? So while we want to come to council every year or to SPPC every year, doesn't mean that you will not hear about data and research and metrics throughout the year, right? But we want to also develop a repository of that information that exists out in the community. Speaking to our mixed methods approach, while we're interested in obviously those numbers, that data, those quantitative pieces, the other piece is really that qualitative measure, right? Key themes related to the current state of shelter system, emergency services, substance use health, for instance, and really getting some good quotes from community members to tell the story behind those numbers. Looking at the outcomes of journeys of those experiencing high acuity homelessness, again, you see a mixed methods approach. What is really important here for the purpose of this presentation, there's a huge disclaimer here. A unified, accurate measure is really difficult at this point. By 2025, though, we will have worked with various partners to establish metrics. In the meantime, teams will develop estimates for this measure. Looking at the experience of the broader London community.
So Mr. Coons, just sorry to interrupt, but we have passed the 5-minute mark, so I need a motion to extend by an additional 5 minutes. Councillor Pelosa and Councillor Hopkins. We'll just do this one by hand, folks. All those in favor? Any opposed? Sorry, I took the microphone away from...
Motion carries.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much. So the experience of the broader London community with homelessness, those can be business members, quote unquote, ordinary citizens, BIM members, business customers. This is a really tricky one because quantitative measures of this is really, really challenging, especially unbiased quantitative measures. But we are working with our partners, for instance, with the city's community wellness and safety. community safety and well-being plan to really identify some of those potential measures. And again, really focus on the mixed methods approach. Outcomes and experience of the workforce, some of those pieces that we've heard very strongly from the workforce, what they in particular are interested as indicators of their own well-being. Key themes that we want to indicate obviously are in there as well. And again, a fairly big disclaimer, human resource information is fairly protected by a lot of organizations, so we're trying to pull in all powers that be to support a centralized process for routine data collection. Cost structures, processes related to health and homelessness, lots of cost pieces that we're trying to work out with our health economists. Structures, obviously those numbers of things that exist in our city, number of outreach teams, highly supportive housing units, affordable housing units, and then processes, thinking again about the previous presentation, data sharing agreements, memoranda of understanding, cross-sector partnerships, and a qualitative and quantitative assessment of the continuity of care. Also, again, mixed methods approach, really wanting to know these key themes and quotes from folks in the community. And then finally, the review of the whole of community systems response. So this is actually something that is very, very actively being worked on, in particular media analyses of news coverage, social media narratives, and we're working very, very closely with business partners and BIAs to strengthen our qualitative and quantitative surveys of residents of London, as well as of businesses, because we know that's really, really important. Thank you for your time, and I'm more than happy to take any questions.
Thank you. So, colleagues, to frame the discussion, I'm looking to see if there's a mover and a seconder. Excuse me, Councillor Frank and Cuddy to receive the presentation. And we have that now, so we will move forward. And sorry, colleagues, post-break mental. I want to check and see if colleagues are going to move the recommendation from staff on the, not just the presentation, but receiving the report in our agenda. So just making sure that we're clear that that's for both. So that's now on the floor, and we can look for a speaker's list for questions and comments. Councillor Frank.
Thank you, and appreciate the presentation, you staying so late. I just had one question from a resident. It was, when will data for the baseline in 2023 be available? And sorry if I missed it if you didn't say that already.
Thank you for the question, through you, Speaker. Very good question. We are actively currently working on a cohort study, which is mentioned in the report as well. I'm happy to commit to next September to have the data available, because it will also show us, I mean, there's very little value, I believe, and I think I can speak for the research and evaluation teams, to have the data for 2024 and 2025 without having a baseline. So I'm happy to commit to that. Thank you.
Councillor?
Thank you. No further questions.
Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. I did have a couple of questions. So on page 320, where it talks about the outcomes, team 1, 2, 3, 4. In team 1, it says, what proportion of those identified in HIFIS in July 22 are still alive today? So is that the only measurement, is whether they're alive or not? And because I'm thinking about recovery, right? So there's nothing there about recovery. And is it only the people from July 2022? Or are we tracking those that are added from that date?
Thank you very much, and through you, Mr. Speaker. Very, very great question. Again, these are key performance indicators. We sort of started this journey of health and homelessness because we really wanted to focus on preventing deaths. And so this is why this is a key performance indicator. Folks that have recovered from addiction or mental health issues, absolutely, that is on our radar. I don't want to speak out of turn, but as you probably heard through media, there's some movement happening with the province's heart hubs, where we're actually working alongside that proposal to intertwine our research and evaluation approach, and clearly recovery from addiction and mental illness will be a significant part of the reporting for those hard hubs, and we also want to carry that over to any other projects that we, through Health and Homelessness, endorse.
Counselor?
Mr. Chair,
sorry,
through you.
Mr. Dickens?
If I may just elaborate, there are other key indicators in there too around, how many individuals from that cohort have been housed, how many remain housed, what are their stories. So as we've touched on, there's a combination of qualitative and quantitative. So some of that qualitative data will help to tell the picture. How is their health? That is listed on that page as one of the key indicators as well. That allows the researchers to go in depth with individuals, understand what that means for them in terms of their health. Has there been attempts at recovery? Have people made some level of recovery? What are their stories? What are the other things that need to happen to improve their situation? So it's not just a simple blanket, are they still alive? That was a driving force way back when this whole thing started, was that we had too many preventable deaths happening in our community. So naturally, that is one of the key focus areas as well, of understanding from that cohort how many of those individuals are still alive today, and then what is their story, how is their health, have they been housed, do they remain housed, and those sort of things.
Counselor?
Thank you, that's all very helpful, and I'm glad to hear it. I didn't get an answer on are we only following that July 22 cohort, or are we also tracking the ones that are coming in since then?
Mr. Dickens?
Thank you, and through you, Chair. We are starting with that cohort, but we will absolutely be looking to onboard other people that are in the system. So we're trying to establish that baseline. We have a by name list that we can go back to and look at that baseline, start to track that, follow that cohort through, but we also recognize that as we have more people come into our care and come into systems in different places, touch different aspects of the system, that we would do our best to make sure that we're tracking those individuals as part of this as well.
Counselor?
Thank you. I've got a series of questions here, but when we talk about HIFIS, if I've heard correctly before, there were a lot of challenges in terms of getting information, getting accurate information, all that. How challenging is that going to be in this process?
Mr. Dickens?
Thank you, and through you, Chair. It won't be without its challenges, I'll tell you that much. So this is a process, this is helping us modernize, if we will. Modernize our systems and our process and get our house in order when it comes to data collection and data sharing and validating data. We have actually spent a significant amount of time internally as city teams, working across departments, bringing in resources from other areas to help us actually refine and clean up and make sense of a lot of the HIFIS data. So we've seen the HIFIS system itself go through a number of iterations and actually improve its data collection so that we can actually start to sift and comb and get better, reliable data through that. So it won't be without its challenges. We are limited to the systems that we have. But we will absolutely stretch and maximize those systems to the best of our ability, using whatever bright resource we have across this corporation to make sure we can produce something of value.
Counselor?
Okay, thank you again for that. In Team 2 section, it says, do they feel safe at work, referring to the service workers, but I didn't see anything here about whether the residents felt safe, because we have a lot of concerns about safety in our current shelters, and the neighboring community. I didn't see anything there.
Mr. Coons?
Thank you very much, and through you, Mr. Speaker. Very great question. The safety of the residents is definitely an important part of our Team 1, the experiences of those experiencing homelessness. And community members is definitely also on our radar, be that through those qualitative and quantitative surveys through BIAs, businesses, but also customers of businesses. Part of our whole of community systems response piece has really been focusing on those folks that live in London, obviously, and that receive services, but also that make use of services. Folks that, as the chief of staff, chief of police said, that play, work, and pray in our community. So that's really a major focus on us. Again, whole of community substance response.
Thank you. That's, again, really great to hear. When we talk about metrics and we're talking about number of shelter beds, number of highly supportive housing, when we're counting those, how do we, and when we're talking about homelessness in general, how do we account for the fact that, say, the Thompson Road was 44 new highly supportive units, but we lost 44 affordable units, you know? And for Lending Cares, we gained 24 highly supportive housing, but we lost 15 resting spaces. So how will that be accounted in here?
Whichever one of you wants to take it. I saw eyes going both ways, so.
I'm happy to take that through you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. Of course, the idea is that we're hoping to just add pieces to the available housing stock. We also know that a reality is that there may be some conversions. Those are important and difficult conversations that we need to have and will have to have. And there's nothing preventing us really making a critical assessment of is that the right use of space, but also noting this is the net gain, but really what is the net gain when we're talking about losing affordable housing units and supplementing them with highly supportive housing units. So I think that goes back to that bias piece, right? Like really being honest with our community members, with member of council, to say, hey, yeah, I mean, we've added 15 highly supportive housing units, but actually we lost 15 affordable units in the process, right? We want to be honest about that because that honesty and transparency will bring trust, will give us your voices when it comes to advocacy with other funding partners, for instance. So that's why this is really important for us, and that's why that piece on the bias was in there as well.
Councillor?
Okay, thank you again. Great. Oh, there's another comment.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, through you. I'll just add the example of Thompson Road. We didn't lose affordable units. Those units are still affordable. They still remain affordable units. What we've added is highly supportive housing. So the cost of rent did not increase. It was meant to be affordable housing. That housing is still affordable to those 43 tenants. What has been added is highly supportive wraparound services. So understanding Mr. Mathers and his team have a lot of work to do around the creation of affordable housing in every way, shape, or form in our community, and they will do their tracking of that as well, and we'll rely on that data to help inform some of our work, as we will also look to onboard wraparound services and more high supports for individuals so that they can be successful in that affordable housing as well.
And now I'll go back to Councillor.
Thank you, and I appreciate that perspective. And we had 44 affordable housing units ready in the spring, and we chose to delay that until the fall to provide the highly supportive housing, which again is fine, but we had already counted them as affordable housing units. We're celebrating the victories multiple times, which is okay, just when we're looking at the overall picture of homelessness in London, the need for affordable housing is as important as the highly supportive housing. You know what I mean? So we celebrate, like we created 44 highly supportive housing units, but really we converted the affordable housing units we had available to highly supportive. Yes, they're still affordable, and we really, really need those affordable housing units as well. I wondered when we're counting the number of hubs and highly supportive units, I'm wondering if we're going to be evaluating any, I don't even know what the word is for, but like sort of any negative unintended consequences in the area, because when we're explicitly saying people are allowed to do drugs in their room at both the hubs and the highly supportive housing, you inevitably have drug use outside, drug dealers coming, you've got that kind of thing. So will we be monitoring that as well at the same time as we're celebrating the opening of those units? Will we be evaluating the impacts on the whole of community?
Mr. Coons.
Thank you very much through you, Mr. Speaker. one of the really great pieces about the plans you have seen for highly supportive housing as well for hubs is that there's an integral public engagement, ongoing public engagement strategy involved in these plans. So we're not just gonna plop down houses and tell the neighbors to deal with it. We want to hear from the neighbors what's happening within the neighborhood, within adjacent areas, to see and evaluate whether what we're doing is working for the whole of community systems response or for the whole of community. So this public engagement information will be a really important part for us to evaluate whether things are working or not. And that's information that we will have access to as our research and evaluation teams.
Counselor.
Just a couple more then. So on page 322, it talks about the number of 911 calls. Is that going to be per location for encampments? Is that going to be split out? I'm just wondering how that's going to be tracked.
Through you, Chair, that'll be the type of 911 call. So not routing it based on any singular service provider, but looking at the aggregate through police in terms of the types of calls that they would be responding to. And we benefit greatly from having representatives from the London Police Services and the Middlesex London Paramedic Services participating in this work. So it allows us to tap into their expertise and understand better how they capture this data.
Counselor.
Thank you. So just to clarify then, that's like all 911 calls related to homelessness, whether that be encampments, hubs, highly supportive housing, shelters, that type of thing? It's just going to be, is that the tracking, 911 calls related to homelessness?
Mr. Dickens.
Through you, Chair, when we first ventured into trying to do something substantial in this community, a lot of it was rooted in data that the police had provided, and some of that data was very specific to call types and codes and categorizations, and I wouldn't be able to pontificate that as clearly as they could, and unfortunately they've all left for their macaroni. But it would be a categorization of call type that they are accustomed to, whether that be, and also kind of depends where the research teams go. If we're looking at mental health calls for the police, we've heard some data shared tonight about that, whether it be for people with no fixed address and no paramedic services, they're able to categorize some of their calls based on the patient that they are responding to. So police may be similar in that vein.
Okay, way too detailed even for me, so I'll leave that to you guys. So my last question then, I guess, is as you're doing these statistics and analysis, have you referred at all to the Auditor General reports from the province or the federal government? Because I know they were looking at how the data wasn't there to evaluate whether homelessness was being impacted. And there's also CORE, the Canadian Centre of Recovery Excellence, that's come out of Alberta with the Alberta model. So knowing that the province has just recently in April said they're moving in that direction and choosing that recovery-oriented system of care model, any thought to look at, or have you already looked to see what they're looking at or measuring? Just interested what you factored in as you were building this.
And Counselor, I'll just let you know, I let you wrap up that question. You are at your 5, but we'll go to Mr. Coons and Mr. Dickens for their response on that one.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the suggestion. We have not actively looked into it, but it is on our radar. And we're grateful for any suggestion of resources that are out there in the community or in the world, effectively. So thank you for that.
And sorry, Mr. Chair, last.
Mr. Dickens.
Again, just if I might add, we have over 100 researchers tied to this work through various post-secondary institutions and research firms who are putting forward their time to assist in this, and they will be looking at best practices far and wide, as Mr. Coons has said, both provincially, nationally, and internationally. And I think what you have here before you is something that is locally made. It is locally unique, it is regionally relevant, and I would say it's provincially scalable. And so while we will absolutely look to other jurisdictions and other research to help inform and validate or perhaps prove our theories wrong, we also know that we'll be able to actually produce some of its first of kind data where so many different systems are able to talk.
Councillor Pribble.
Thank you, Sir Chair. And question to Mr. Dickens. When there was to talk about HIFIS, I know last year we had a very limited number of community organizations. They were able to input the data. Then we said beginning of this year, we are going to enlarge this number of the organizations to be able to access it and input their data. Has it happened, or where are we standing now? Do we get majority of organizations input the data? Thank you.
Mr. Dickens.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have that finite number at my fingertips today, but we did onboard more organizations to get into HIFIS, including our colleagues in Middlesex County. We've done a lot of work with the county to make sure that they can onboard to the HIFIS system as well.
Councillor.
Thank you for that. That's positive news for Mr. Kunz. On slide 9, where it says outcomes and journeys of those experiencing high acuity homelessness. And I understand below it's targeted specifically, let's say the hubs, etc. But is this, can we also target the low and medium acuity and start really kind of triaging so we can really have specific groups, so we can do specific initiatives to each group that we triage? Thank you.
Mr. Kunz.
Through you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for that question. Again, whole of community system response. We will not forget about those folks who are only medium acuity or low acuity. We have a really great system in the City of London as well that supports specialized groups, be that of different acuity. Of those 50-odd key performance indicators, that's really just a tiny little snippet of those 200 plus 250 indicators that we have, those metrics that we're looking at. A lot of those look at when you're thinking about food security, when you're thinking about affordable housing. You know, we saw that spectrum of the London spectrum of housing graphic at the beginning. We are interested in all of those pieces. So we really want to do diligent and effective research on the whole of community effectively.
Councillor.
Thank you for that. And last comment, thank you very much for this presentation. There is some really good data that's going to be coming from, and it's going to be very helpful. Thank you and the entire team. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pribble. Next, I have Mayor Morgan.
Withdrawn.
Other speakers? Seeing none, then I will ask the clerk to open the vote.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13-0.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Kunz, and your colleagues up in the gallery, I'm guessing, who have been waiting patiently all afternoon as well. Thank you for your patience there as we dealt with that item. Moving along, we still have some items for direction. 4.2 is consideration of the appointment to the Greater London International Airport Authority Board. Looking to see if someone would like to move the recommendation from the report. Councillor Ferreira, and seconded by Councillor Lehman. Any discussion on this item? Councillor Ferreira.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be quick. I'm happy to remove this. Mr. Weir has served his entire life, and he continually serves, and you know, he's had a long career with the RCAF, and he has definitely taken the Norton School to a whole other level. And I come from an aviation family, so I'm very, very knowledgeable of it, but he is way ahead of me on that. So I think we're pretty lucky to have him. So with that, like I said, I'm happy to support this, and I'm happy to see what comes out of it.
Any other speakers? Seeing none, I will ask the clerk to open the vote.
Counselor Hillier?
I voted yes already.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13-0.
Thank you, colleagues. Item 4.3 is the RBC Place London Board appointment recommendations. You will note that the request in this report is that this be referred to Civic Administration to draft revised London Convention Center Corporation bylaw and report back to the November 19th meeting of SPPC. Looking to see if someone wants to move that referral. Moved by Councillor Cuddy, seconded by Councillor Hopkins. Looking for any discussion on that. Seeing none, I will ask the clerk to open the vote.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13-0.
Thank you, colleagues. Item 4.4 is consideration of appointments to the Animal Welfare Community Advisory Committee. This committee has 5 vacancies. There are 2 applicants. I'm looking to see if someone wants to move the appointment of one or both. Councillor Stevenson?
I'm happy to move both.
Okay, so both have been moved, seconded by Councillor Hopkins. We'll look for any discussion on this. Seeing none, then I will ask the clerk to open the vote.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13-0.
Thank you, colleagues. Lesson learned. I should have fed you all at 3:30 and we might have gotten through things more efficiently. However, item 5 is the next item on the agenda. This is deferred matters, additional business. 5.1 was the added from Mayor Morgan with Councillor Rahman and myself with regard to the realignment of standing committee mandates. This is for information, and I will go to Mayor Morgan.
Yes, I actually am going to try to be brief, but I can answer questions. I think it's fairly clearly articulated in the letter what the intent here is. I'll just emphasize 2 quick things. One, that the senior leadership team and SLT has been consulted on the division of these committee appointments, as have the clerks who assisted in the drafting. I want to thank them both for their feedback. At the end of the day, as we look to do things a little more streamlined and more efficiently, we have all the same responsibilities in all across all of the committees. We just have one fewer committee to do it with, which means instead of having to take our 14 councillors and populate 20 spaces across 4 committees, we can take the 14 councillors and populate 15 spaces, which means only one member of council now would have to serve on 2 separate committees. Again, the articulation of the division of those responsibilities from the Civic Works Committee across the other ones, mainly merging it with CSC and creating a new infrastructure and CSC committee, was, again, through some consultation with our staff on what would be functional, what would make sense, and ultimately, again, the goal here is for us to do the same amount of work with fewer meetings, fewer IT staff, fewer time in this chambers, but still, all of the overall components of the work being done, and a little bit of a realignment of a few things to try to take some feedback and modernize and stick some things together that maybe were separated to a couple of committees in the past. Again, it's articulated in the letter. I'm more happy to answer questions than speak any further on this.
And I will look to see if colleagues have any questions. Councillor McAllister.
Thank you. Through the chair, one quick question. Do Councillor Hopkins and I have to duke it out for chair, or how are we going to do that?
So this would be effective for the next iteration of committees, which means all of the committees would have potentially new compositions at that point.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you. And I guess I'll just make a couple comments here. I appreciate the need to balance the workload and make us more efficient as a council, but I think it's also important that, we're reducing the staff workload as well. I think that to me is very, very important. And hopefully by doing that, eliminating those silos that we sometimes get into, how we talk to one another at committees. So I'm all in favor if we make these changes that it would improve. Do have a question though, and it is about our SPPC meeting. So it is, we'll be looking at the Master Mobility Plan at SPPC. We've got SEEP on there, the Climate Emergency Action Plan. We're going back to moving homelessness and housing to CAPS. Are we going to need more SPPC meetings as much as we try to reduce our meetings? I'm just a little cautious. Will we be creating more SPPC meetings or do we know that? Because I know there's the SPPC agenda now will start to get quite heavy. So not sure if anyone can answer that, but do we have a schedule already set for 2025 and would that need to be adjusted?
I will start and then I will look to the clerks to add some additional information. Until this change is signed by the mayor, the existing calendar stands. But part of the consultation with the clerks was that they would be able to turn around a new 2025 calendar fairly quickly because it would mainly be removing CWC meetings. By the virtue of doing that, it also makes a more flexible calendar where, and again, I'll let the clerk speak to this, but it would allow for scheduling of additional SPPC or PEC, which sometimes needs an additional special meeting as well, because the clerks may be able to arrange in the calendar a little bit more time for what I'm going to call constituency weeks, where we don't have a standing committee meeting. And so councilors would be able to spend a little more time in their wards unless a special meeting was needed to be called. But I'll go to our city clerk for a little bit more comment on the calendar process moving forward.
Thank you, through the chair. That's correct. I don't have much to add on that. Of course, removing one standing committee, it does provide the additional flexibility the deputy mayor indicated. Looking at what's being added to the SPPC mandate, those items, we already have lengthy SPPC meetings, which I think you are well aware of. So I'm not sure that adding these, depending on the matter that goes on the agenda, would be a substantial change. Now, that said, there may be some need for additional SPPC meetings, and we can make those accommodations by adjusting the calendar as needed.
Sorry, I'll just add, Councillor Hopkins, something I didn't think to share in advance, but as these changes are made, the consultation with Ms. Datersbeer and the SLT was also that they would take into consideration timing of when things come. So ideally, we wouldn't have an MMP update and a SEEP update on the same agenda so that we have 800 or 900 pages to go through on 2 items. It will also be partly dependent on us as councillors. When we provide direction on an item and then we stipulate that staff need to report back by end of Q2 or something like that, we are actually impacting their ability to balance the agenda workload too. So it's something that we will have to keep in mind as councillors in terms of when we're setting report back meeting dates or quarter deadlines for a report back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for those comments. And I'm glad to hear that we can make adjustments if needed for SPPC meetings. I think having that flexibility, as much as we want to try to reduce committee meetings, I think we also need to deal with the matters at hand as well. So if there's that flexibility, I'm okay with this.
Looking for any other speakers? I see none. So we're just receiving the communication, colleagues. So we will open the vote on that, and I hope somewhere on Zoom Mr. Yeoman is watching so that he can celebrate urban forestry finally being reunited with all of its parks and recreation siblings.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13-0.
Your worship.
I know this is not on the agenda, but given colleagues didn't have substantive questions, I'm not going to wait for council to receive an information report. I'll probably move on this in the next few days. That way it sets the direction in order for the clerks to be able to make the changes to the calendar with lots of time for the next committee cycle. I just didn't want anybody to be surprised that I'll probably just issue the order in the coming days.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I know that you also have to take your leave very shortly from us as you have a call with one of our provincial colleagues. So as you will, we only have the closed session items to deal with. So before we move a motion to go into closed session, so as not to be disruptive to the closed session proceedings, I'm going to suggest that I will turn the chair over to Councillor Rahman at this time, and I will leave. And if others, Councillor McAllister is attending the same community meeting as I am. So I think Councillor McAllister, myself, and the mayor will be leaving, and we will hand over the confidential session to Councillor Rahman to chair.
Okay, so I'm looking for a motion. Thank you, Councillor Hopkins, Councillor Ferreira. And we'll wait for that to open the system. Sorry, that's to go on camera for 6.1, 6.2.
Closing the vote, motion carries 11-0.
Okay, thank you, everyone. We're returning to SPPC public session, and I'll go to Councillor Ferreira to report out from in camera.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I can report out that progress is made in our in-camera session.
Thank you. With that, I'll look for a motion to adjourn. Councillor Stevenson, Councillor Cuddy, and with that, a hand vote. Okay, thank you.
Motion carries.
Have a good night.